Okay.
Hi friends. So it's Dee Dee and Trish, and we thought we'd just do a little live stream as we do sometimes, just to say hi to people. And there's been some new folks joined recently, so I want to say welcome to the channel, and thanks for subscribing, and it's always lovely to see new people joining, particularly at this time where it's a very difficult time, really, pre-election. If you're in the US, it's kind of very stressful. So we just thought we would hang out for a little while, and if people can hear us okay, that'd be great to just let us know in the chat, in the live chat. And I'm going to get Dee Dee. Oh, here's Ginny. Hi, Ginny. So Ginny just said, oh, she's just saying hi, and lovely to see you gaming again. I'm just the bystander, Ginny, and Dee Dee's doing the. This is a. It's what you tell us what it is, Dee Dee.
Okay, this is No Man's Sky.
Oh, the sound is good, by the way, Dee Dee.
Okay.
We're sitting sort of away from one another, probably about a couple of meters, and so if I have to repeat Dee Dee's name a few times to get her attention, just ignore that. So
because I'm deaf.
she's a little bit. She has a little bit of a hearing disability, so it might be a bit tricky. Anyway, so I'm glad the sound is good. Is it good enough that you don't have to turn the master volume right up, Ginny? So that's what we're aiming for, something where you don't have to turn the master volume of your computer right up, or your phone.
Hi,
Anyway.
I'll be responding to you, and Trish will, from the chat verbally, because
Oh, okay.
because of the delay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so yeah, if you wouldn't mind, Dee Dee, explaining what this game's about, because last time we were doing Morrowind, which is always fun, and we'll probably return to that sometime, but Dee Dee's been playing this game, and you kind of enjoy it. Hey, Dee Dee, because you don't have to be killing people, which is actually kind of a refreshing change, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
Okay, so
This game is one where you play. For some reason, I've got nothing in my inventory, and I shouldn't have that.
Oh, Dee Dee, you're a little bit fainter than me.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, but
Okay. Is that all right? Or
is that okay, Jenny? Like her Dee Dee being faint, is that sort of like, is it 10% fainter than me, or just a little tiny bit fainter? Anyway, let us know if Dee Dee needs to turn her volume controls up. So anyway, so Dee Dee, what were you saying?
I'm saying that for some reason I've had a problem. Somehow I have nothing in my inventory anymore.
Oh no!
It's
What happened?
screwed up something.
Oh no!
And I'm not sure why. And it's kind of bad.
When you have nothing in your inventory. Oh yeah, could you, Dee Dee?
Stuff that I had
Listen,
is now gone.
Could you turn your volume up a bit?
I can turn my volume up.
Mate, listen, I have an idea.
Yeah?
You could actually move your mouthpiece up a little bit too.
Okay.
Yeah, but that probably won't make any difference. Anyway, if you could.
Some difference.
Yeah.
Anyway, go back to.
Oh.
And my inventory is still empty.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. All of my stuff is gone.
Oh no. How did that happen, Dee Dee?
I don't know.
Do you think it's got something to do with maybe you needed to reboot? Anyway,
I think it has to do with the fact that I loaded it with a different thing.
Oh no.
Okay.
Will you be able to get it back eventually?
Maybe not.
Dee Dee, can you turn it up? Can you turn the volume up of your volume a bit?
Do I still need to turn it up?
I don't know. Is it?
Okay.
Let
Is
us
it
know.
okay? I've got it a bit closer to my mouth.
All right. Let us know if it's improved for Dee Dee's volume, if you wouldn't mind,
How's it going?
Ginny. So
Anyway, no, I've got nothing in my inventory. That's all right.
So what does that mean, that you won't be able to do some nifty
that
things?
Means that I don't have anything in my inventory. My Atlas Pass is gone.
Your what?
My Atlas Pass means I can't open certain things.
You may just have to project your voice a little bit more. I'm sure Jenny will tell us if.
I try not to be too loud.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah. Okay. So where are we? Where are we here?
Okay, we're on a planet. I may take us. This is my spaceship.
Oh. Okay. So.
And I can fly around in space. And what I've found here is an observatory.
An observatory.
Oh, and there's a grave there. Why? Oh.
So how
I
was
must
your
have
day?
Died. That's what happened. I was outside and I died.
Oh no! Can you resuscitate yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I can get my stuff back because there is a grave here.
Oh, okay.
And I can retrieve my inventory.
Oh, okay.
I think I was standing outside, probably in a radioactive environment.
Oh no!
While I was waiting for the live stream to start.
Oh no!
And I died.
Oh, that's a great way to start the game.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yay for self-resuscitation. Yeah.
What happened? I did the grave, but I still don't have anything. Why?
So apparently, yeah. Well,
no.
What's that?
I did the grave, and I still don't have anything.
Oh no!
I might try restarting.
Oh, okay. Can you do that?
I can.
Okay. And then maybe you can explain what this is about. I don't know what it's about,
okay. Well,
Ginny.
the game is really about exploration, really.
You can tell I'm a real gamer.
Yeah. And this is one of the most wonderful games because there's really not a lot of killing.
Oh, good.
There's, occasionally you get attacked by pirate spaceships. But effectively there's very, very little killing.
Oh,
and
good.
That's really nice. Mostly you can wander around, and here's my grave. Hopefully I can retrieve my previous restoring lost inventory, and there's nothing. Okay.
So what does that mean when you don't?
It means there was nothing in my. It means everything is gone.
And what does that mean, though?
I wonder if I can retrieve the manual.
Dee Dee? What does that mean, though, in relation to your game playing? Do you have nothing that you can use to fight off anything?
That I don't have certain things that I need unless I remake them or regather them.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
It's good to have certain material and that kind of stuff. And anyway, you end up flying around. It's a situation where there are multiple generated galaxies. Okay, where am I? All right, I see. I'm in this base. Now I have all my see all the stuff I've got?
Oh, great. So you found it.
I found it. Well, I went back a ways.
Ah.
So I have to
no tools, yeah.
Yeah.
What was I going to say?
I know that I have to go in here and talk to somebody I have, see the little animals over there? See these guys?
Where are they?
Well, you're probably on delay, but there's this gorgeous little animal that I'm chasing around, and I'm going to feed him. I think I have some food in my inventory. I do. Can I feed him? Why not? Okay. I'm going to offer food to these guys. See?
Yeah.
They're eating now, and you can make friends with the animals, and that's something I really like. You can give them a bit of food and make friends with them. And there's all kinds of strange animals here. Like, look at this little one. He looks like a mushroom that's jumping around.
Yeah.
And then there's these guys who look like kind of...
They're like little armadillos.
Like little armadillos, except that they aren't as protected.
And there's a mushroom.
And I've given them some food, and they're feeling happy. They're recently fed, and they're going to be my friends now. And in the game, sometimes you can also collect their dung.
Oh yeah.
They can poo.
I see. So you go around collecting their dung.
Well, you can. That's one of the things you can do. You can also try and ride some of them. I don't do that because I'm a vegan.
What do you do with the dung?
Well, you can actually use it for various purposes.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, there's this little space station over here that I'm going to go and talk to somebody, but I need to get some ferrite dust, and I have a little tool for doing that. Oh, look at those guys. See these guys flying in the air?
No.
You
kind
can't
of.
see them yet, but you will in a minute. They're amazing. They're like butterfly dragon snakes. See them? Do you see them?
Yeah, I see them.
And
yeah.
They're part of the creatures on this particular world, and you can change worlds. And there are something like 538 billion worlds that are procedurally generated in this game. And they're all different.
500 billion, but it's not literally like that. It's
literally there's that many.
Oh, why are you kidding me?
No.
And they're all different.
And they're all different.
How can that be?
They're
how can
similar. A lot of them are similar.
Right.
But they're all different. They're generated by a computer. Oh, I saw somebody. There was somebody there I didn't know. I saw a red dot.
So how's your day been today, Ginny?
And I'm going to mine a little bit of ferrite here.
So I was just telling Ginny how, for anybody who's been on this channel for about a year at least, in the beginning of the year I broke my wrist doing something really benign and mundane, and I have very good bone density. I had a bone density scan after that, and my bone density is good, so no problems with a plant-based diet. In fact, it was above average, wasn't it, Dee Dee?
Yes.
And but anyway, so they put a plate in because it was a bad break, and just bad luck really that I broke it really, and but the plate, apparently a screw has come loose, or a screw was loose, and it's been obstructing some movement in my hand, and so they decided just recently that they were going to take it out, so that requires them cutting my wrist open again and taking it out, and so that's going to be next week, so that's going to be fun, because it's always it's always, like it's a funny thing when you wake up from anesthetic, and you kind of, it's a weird sort of feeling. I remember trying to kind of focus on people, and they were so nice there at the hospital. Such a nice, everybody was so nice. So despite the underfunding, they're very nice. But anyway, so that'll kind of be fun. Anyway, I'm glad you had a good day today, Ginny. It was lovely here. The weather's always gorgeous here, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yes, even when it's raining and cold.
Even when it's raining and cold, it's lovely here.
It's reassuring in a sense.
Yeah, it's
raining and cold.
Yeah, we've been getting even a little bit more
water.
Yeah.
In Australia, that's really important.
Yeah. Yeah, we'd prefer it to be wetter here than the other way. But the weather, particularly in spring and autumn, is just gorgeous. And summer is pretty mild. We only get about 6 or 7 hot days, and I hope that continues as everything goes a bit pear-shaped with the climate, but who knows. So what are you doing here, Dee Dee? What is that?
I have a little refiner.
Is that what that is?
That's what that is. It's part of my backpack of my suit. I have a little exosuit. This is my spaceship. I don't know if you can. I'll try and. This is a little habitat.
Right.
And that's my spaceship.
Wow, that's kind of looks like almost like a Thunderbirds type spaceship.
Yeah, this is actually a fighter, which is a good plane.
Oh, hi, Still My Beats is here. Hi, Still My Beats.
Hi, Still My Beats.
Feel free to give us your first name if you like, but don't worry if you don't want to.
Okay.
So no, this is called No Man's Sky.
Yeah,
Still My Beats.
I'm going to go inside this building.
Still My Beats was asking, this looks like Outer Worlds. Yeah.
No, it's not Fallout.
No.
This is a much more peaceful game. And it's a huge game.
So who is that?
Talk about open worlds. Fallout is kind of post-apocalyptic. This is multi-galactic. You have galaxies, and each galaxy has hundreds of thousands of stars, and each star has at least 6 worlds. And there are something like 533,000 galaxies in the game.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's just massive.
Yeah, really.
And there are 3 dominant species. This is one of them. This is the Kovacs. And they're kind of like a Borg creature, except that they're peaceful and they're into exploration.
Yeah.
But they're basically cyber beings. And you can interact with them. And I'm going to give him some special. He wants some highly refined material. And he's going to be nice to me now. He's teaching me his language. I get 2 words from his language.
So Dee Dee, let me just read back what Still My Beats said.
Yeah.
Still My Beats said, "Hey, I'm in California and somehow not on fire. Everywhere around me. Had to help my family evacuate, but still surviving." That's really heavy.
Oh, yes. My daughter actually lives in California, so it's I'm quite aware of all that stuff.
Yeah, that it's been. I remember, like Abby Martin, every so often, and there's a few other people. They post photos of what just these billowing clouds in the distance, or somebody will say, the air quality is dreadful and their lungs hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an awful thing. We remember that. We couldn't go outside for more than 5 minutes.
Here.
here when that
When there were
happened.
fires
When
here.
there was fires here, it was awful. And
It
I'd
was
never been
disgusting.
through anything like that before.
Yeah.
And that was initially it was very scary for
We
me.
had huge pieces of ash, like
Yeah,
whole leaves and pieces of bark and
Yeah.
stuff coming down in the yard.
Yeah.
You literally had to put on a one of those heavy-duty masks,
masks
the
to
rubber
go
ones,
outside.
silicone ones with the 2 filters,
Yeah.
to go outside, and even then you didn't want to be out for more than
No,
15 minutes.
no,
or
it made
so.
me feel sick. Yeah,
We would go out and check every so often for fire because you couldn't see anything, and the sparks could create fire, and you could see the fire on the other side of the river.
it was scary.
Yeah, it was very scary.
And we actually bought an air filter for inside the house because, like, it was
Even
like
with
our
the
house.
doors and windows shut.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the house is not completely
sealed.
and so and it's sort of parts of it are under construction. So yeah, so we bought an air filter, and that was a really good idea actually. Very good idea. Yeah, and he said, Still My Beats said, yeah, it was really sad. I remember all the displaced people and sad kangaroos. Yeah, it was awful. On the mainland, though, it was just
It was really disgusting.
really bad.
Here it was pretty bad.
It was bad,
I mean,
yeah.
We probably only lost, in the Huon Valley, 4 or 5 houses. But
Actually, I was thinking ours was in 2019, wasn't it? Early 2019, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But the mainland was really on fire in the beginning of this year, weren't they?
Yeah.
Wasn't that right,
Well,
Diddy?
No, it was about the same time. Similar
Was it?
times, I think.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
maybe you're right.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and that was really awful.
That was really awful.
But fortunately, they kind of had. It's going to be a bit wetter here now because of the El Nino. Is that right?
Yeah.
So that might help a bit. But then I read today that it might be the new growth then might become dry, and I don't know. So you hear hear different things from Weather Zone about that. But anyway, maybe they'll catch a break this year. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, was there 1 billion animals killed during that? Just dreadful. It was some
Yes, it's
ridiculous
really
amount of
disgusting.
animals.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a lot of birds here. They just kind of sort of vanished a bit, didn't they, Didi?
Yeah.
And we
I
were
think
worried.
A lot of them were killed in the
Yeah.
main habitat outside.
And the frogs also seemed to get very quiet. And then, but this year, though, everybody seems to be back because we have a lot of little birds and lots of frogs.
It's taken
And
about a year
yeah,
for them to really recover.
yeah.
But I actually saw the other day, I saw a superb wren.
Oh,
They're gorgeous.
yeah, they're
little
gorgeous.
guys.
Superb wrens.
The superb wren are beautiful.
Yeah, they have this beautiful blue sort of at top of their head. It's a really gorgeous
Yeah,
blue,
beautiful stripes.
and they're really tiny little birds.
Yeah.
So Steal My Beats said, Ginny said, fires are awful and quite terrifying for all concerned. I'm just reading these back just in case.
Yeah.
Just in case the live chat doesn't turn up and people don't know what the hell we're talking about.
Yeah.
And Steal My Beat said, yeah, especially this year, just in call, we have had multiple fire tornadoes. Yeah, fire tornadoes. I mean, holy crap. The fact that we're now having fire tornadoes, like we had fire tornadoes over on the mainland. Hey, darling.
Yeah.
Diddy, yeah. And so there was this video. I don't know if you've seen it, Steal My Beats, but I might post it in the. I'll post it in this, and you can have a look at it because it's really nuts. It's from that time, but it's actually not. It's something I saw. I saw it like it was from the New South Wales Fire Department, and they. Let me see if I can find it. And where is it? They may even have it on their site. No.
So you've taken over the live stream? I don't understand.
Huh? No, I'm not. I'm not going to take it over. No, I was just. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just looking for the for this video. It's probably right down the bottom here, because it's really amazing.
Yeah.
They're traveling through this. They're traveling through this forest, and it's all. It looks like they're going through the fires of hell, basically. And
Yeah.
and
Basically,
then the suddenly it goes across the path of the fire truck, and they're completely surrounded with fire. It's sort of like, I don't know how they managed to get out of it.
Well, some of them don't.
They did in this though, because they were taking the video.
But yeah, some of them don't. I mean, it's just horrible.
Yeah.
Poor people fighting the fires. Yeah, a lot of ecologists and biologists who went into those fire-ravaged areas went through and said, like, Australia typically has fires from time to time. It's part of the ecology, and a lot of the plants are adapted to it, but this was insane, and they said, like, things weren't recovering, and it was really decimation.
Right, yeah.
Because everything was so dry and so much burned.
Yeah.
And it burned so hot.
Yeah. I might have to these search things on these things are kind of useless sometimes. I can't find it. Well, never mind. Anyway, it's amazing if you maybe it's in the anthropogenic climate, the veganism anthropogenic, the climate crisis thing. Still My Beat said, I didn't know you were gaming. That super cool. I got an Xbox One, but I thought you might have some new input as to our upcoming elections. And then Still My Beat says, I'll watch it if you share. I was also curious about your lockdown measures and vaccine info. Feels like Australia has been super quiet. And last I heard they were pushing those things heavy. And P.S. the person talking with you is very quiet, or you are loud. Oh, I see.
Oh, okay. I'll turn my sound up.
Not sure if you knew, but figured info might help. Tell your guest to turn mic up by 3 times. Okay, so
So I'll turn my mic up.
yeah, I might. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I can turn my mic up easily.
Sorry about that. We were trying to sort of sort it out, but
yeah. Now my mic's kind of right up now.
does that help at all? Steal My Beats, that the mic levels.
It'll be lag.
Oh yeah. Anyway, let us know. Am I too loud? Because I'm speaking fairly softly.
Yeah. Well, I guess they can turn down the whole thing.
Can I just comment on answer that question about the election?
Yeah. Sure. Oh no.
Let's see. The election.
Happened.
I don't think I really have any more. I don't. I think we live. This is what I think. I think we live in some kind of bizarro universe where anything that can go wrong will go wrong. So I feel like we've almost like slipped into another dimension.
Yeah.
Because a couple of years, was it a couple of years ago now, the Australian general election?
Yes.
All the polls were saying.
It was 2019. It wasn't that long ago.
All the polls were saying that not that we're Labor
that Labor
people,
would go well.
that we have 2 major parties here, and they're kind of getting to be as useless as one another. But so we're not Labor people, but the coalition, which is the really conservative party who won government, they're awful. Really awful.
They're
and
really
awful.
They're Trump awful.
Yeah,
almost.
Trump awful.
They're not
almost.
quite that bad.
No, they're
Scott
authoritarian.
Morrison is a big fan of Trump, and
Yeah.
he's an evangelical Christian.
Who believes probably in the rapture. Anyway, he's into the Hillsong thing and all of that. That's an evangelical Christian group.
Just to let people know, the game crashed.
Oh,
and
okay.
Had to restart it.
Oh, okay. Diddy had to restart the thing. So still my beat said I did lag out a little better. Guessed up. Oh, okay. You need to turn it up another couple, Dee Dee.
I need to turn it up more?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you down. Okay. Or me down 25%. Maybe turn me down like a little bit,
Okay.
and just see how that goes. Yeah. Anyway, so that was really shocking, wasn't it, Dee Dee? Because
Yeah.
we were all the polls were saying that Labor was going to win, and then on the election evening, I felt like I was going to have a nervous breakdown. Because they'd already been in for a while and they were awful, and we just knew it was just going to get worse and worse. So when they won, like honestly, didn't we? It was like I felt like I was going to have a panic attack, because it was just like we were so shocked, and but then anyway, so we got used to it. But it was like, so I've decided that I'm not going to. From that time, I've decided I'm not going to pay any attention whatsoever to polls, nothing, because I think they're BS, and I don't even understand how the exit polls, because we have paper ballot voting here, and we also have preferential voting, or what US would call ranked choice voting, and so it's really, I think it would be very difficult to steal the election, wouldn't it, Dee Dee, because of the paper ballots, because it's not like the US. They actually have really scrutinized systems.
We actually have a whole lot of no, I'm just going to wait, because I'm having a hard time since my game crashed and I restarted it. It's having a hard time getting to OBS and stuff.
Yeah, no worries.
But here in our voting system, we have a lot of polls, a lot of polling places. There's lots and lots of polling places, and in every polling place, people can be ticked off, in their local polling place, or possibly from another place. But it's pretty meticulous, and every party that's running can send scrutineers in to watch the voting count. Yeah. To make sure that nobody does bad things. Right, yeah. Or miscounts, or throws out something as invalid, which shouldn't be thrown out. And every party, including all the minority parties, like I've been a scrutineer for the Greens here. Yeah. In WA, that was when the Greens WA were quite different than the Australian Greens. Yeah. Much more democratic. Yeah. I was a scrutineer for them. And you go in and you watch people count. And you look at any votes that they're rejecting and so on. Yeah. And you can check through the voting and make sure. And it's all paper ballots. It's all on the day. The polling booths are small enough. There's enough polling booths so that they're small enough so that you can count them. Yes. And that means that, there's no huge lines. Right. Because there are a lot of polling booths. Right. Yeah. And so there's not a lot of waiting. Yeah. The House elections might have 5 or 6 candidates. They'll have the 2 major parties and then maybe 2 or 3 others. And the Senate voting can have like 56 different people you could vote for. And you put in your preferences. And the Senate is for the state, so you might be electing 6 people. So it actually works really, really well. Dee Dee used to be a policy speechwriter, a policy writer, and I was a policy officer for the Greens. For the Australian Greens, the WA Greens. The WA Greens, yeah. Who are into participatory democracy. Yeah, so a lot of very good things. How come your thing was flashing there, Dee Dee? it's flaky.
Anyway,
That's
so
what's
she was
happened.
very,
I don't know what's happened.
a very excellent policy writer, and has done some policy writing for the Labour Party here during that campaign for trans issues. Anyway, so
Okay, I seem to be able to.
anyway, so
potentially
what I was
change.
getting around to is that I don't understand how the exit polls in the last Australian general election were so off, which if we didn't have paper ballots,
It's weird.
yeah, if we didn't have paper ballots, I would think there was some fraud going on. And there still could be, but there hasn't. I don't think you can keep a secret like that in Australia, because we take voting very seriously here, don't we, Didi?
Yes, we do.
And it's compulsory voting, which I mean the US should have too, really. But there's so many things wrong with the US voting. I mean, if any country needs oversight and transparency, like where the international community go in and watch them, watch their voting process, it's the US. They're always pointing their finger at all these other countries, like
Yes,
Venezuela, that has some of the best. It's been stated transparency in their elections in the world, and here's the US pointing to Venezuela. But I mean, if any country needs it, it's the US. But that's not going to happen anyway, because it suits the oligarchy, the duopoly, doesn't it, to just have that sort of SHIT show going. But anyhow, so yeah, if we didn't have those paper ballot things, I would have thought something really badly happened, because the exit polls were so off, and that usually indicates that there's been some fraud committed during the thing.
Yeah.
So anyway, the thing about the US elections is I feel like there are so many things already. They're already playing games with the after, like, what was it recently, Didi? They've done where that even if you've posted in your mail-in ballot already.
Oh yes, they've just changed.
They've
the
just
Supreme
changed
Court has just issued a thing that no votes will be valid if they are received after the election date, even if they were postmarked prior to the election date. So that means it's up to the post office to get people's stuff to them. And if the post office doesn't deliver the stuff by the election, your vote doesn't get counted. And you won't know that.
Yes. And I mean, if any other country had done that besides the US, they would have been like Venezuela.
Especially changing it
Yes.
that recently.
Yes. I mean, after people have actually, that's literally like stealing people's votes, because they know, and because that Supreme Court is so badly stacked in one direction, they know that a lot of people that are tend to be sort of that vote Democrat go out and do it early, and the Republicans tend to do it on the day. So they know if they stuff people up with their mail-in ballots by, changing the laws, as the Supreme Court's done just now,
probably going to impact the Democrats.
That's going to impact the Democrats. So it's just like if that sort of stuff was going on in Australia, even just a tiny fraction of that, it would be everywhere, and there would be people, wouldn't there, Didi?
Yeah.
People would be outraged.
People would be outraged.
Because we take it very seriously here. Very, very seriously. That's one good thing about Australia, and I hope they never ever make it not compulsory to vote, and I hope they don't fiddle.
And they've talked about that.
And I hope they never fiddle with things, because I'm sure they will want to. Whatever is going to suit them. But so that's, we're constantly, aren't we, Didi? Constantly gobsmacked at the unbelievable, like the voter suppression and the meddling and changing things and taking away all the ballot stations. Like, I think they've removed like 30,000 or something.
There are people will have to wait in huge lines.
And in Australia,
and that's insane.
In Australia, if you vote in person, you don't. You probably might have to wait 15 minutes?
Maybe.
If you
maybe 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean,
Usually
honestly,
not
it's really
that.
no, it's not that, because they have so many polling places everywhere.
And this is for everybody.
For everybody
in the country.
Exactly.
Not because it's illegal.
Yes.
You will be fined if you do not vote.
Exactly.
Now you can vote, just not mark your ballot, or you can draw a penis on your ballot or whatever,
Yeah.
which people do.
Yeah, but basically it's still compulsory.
But you still have to come.
Well, how much do you get fined? It's not much, but I mean, it's
Well, I
not
think
looked upon
it's
kindly.
like $250.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
it's enough.
It's not.
Yeah,
it's not
and I mean,
nothing.
it's brilliant because it's a real
Yeah.
thing. So everybody actually really is thinks it's an important thing. I mean,
It's an important
voting isn't
thing.
everything, of course. You've got to have movements in grassroots movements all
Yeah.
through and stuff.
Electoral
but I mean,
politics is kind of bullshit in many ways.
yeah, it is. But anyway, so we're just absolutely constantly gobsmacked at how outrageous the shit show basically that the US has got going in its electoral thing with the suppression.
Yeah,
and,
it's so
and,
corrupt.
And now, I mean, to even have Amy Coney Barrett as anybody, like I was just saying to Dee Dee the other day, you wouldn't select her on a jury.
Yeah, they wouldn't allow her on a jury.
No, they wouldn't. They might in the United States, but here
No,
you wouldn't get
I think even in the United States,
Yeah.
The other lawyer would say, "Look,
Yeah.
she's too biased.
Yes, and too bigoted.
Too bigoted. She's got too strong a bias.
Yeah.
To be
Yeah.
a fair juror.
Yeah, you wouldn't be selected for a jury, let alone to be on the Supreme Court lifetime appointment.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. Let's see what. So Steal My Beat says. Oh, and by the way, Ginny, I saw your thing about throwing up after anesthetics, and unfortunately, I haven't had that. Hopefully, that won't happen. But usually,
and I will
that's.
just let you know, I can no longer see comments.
Oh, okay. You
because
can't?
my screen has gone off.
Oh no.
Weird.
Do you, if you rebooted your
well,
no, that
I
wouldn't
could
be
reboot
good.
it, but then you'd lose
Everything.
the entire
Yeah. Anyway,
live
so
stream.
yeah, usually opioids make people feel a bit like throwing up. When I broke my hand, they gave me a lot of opioids for that, and a blocking agent and all of that kind of thing. It was just too many things. I ended up throwing up. But anyway, so. Still My Beat said, I can see that too. The polls don't mean much, but in America we have so many low-frequency ignorant people that I can't even trust anybody to vote any particular way. Yeah, that's true. Did you hear that they aired an election result today accidentally during the Bachelor show, doing everything to make people lose whatever faith remains in the system? No, I didn't. And he said,
During
yeah,
what? The Bachelor show?
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, our voting process is boof.
The United States
That's our
electoral
tactic.
system
Look over there,
is
don't mind us.
so non-democratic.
Yeah.
I think the gall of them complaining
really.
about anybody else's democracy,
Yeah.
and then instituting sanctions
Yeah.
and all this stuff.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah,
you
I
know,
mean,
like-
to literally, like, it's sort of like a constant meddling with, they're constantly meddling with their own supposed pretend democracy within the country, and meddling constantly with other countries all over the world, trying to prevent them from having any sort of functioning democracy. I mean, it's the most, if it weren't so tragic, it would be funny.
Yeah.
You know, you have to laugh because it's so crazy. Okay, so
But
I don't know.
can't
I
see.
don't know who draws penises on their ballot. Some people do, though.
But people do. People
yeah,
do that.
they do that. But that's because they don't feel like voting, but they still have to vote, or they get fined $250. Hey, Didi.
Yeah.
So
Well, they have to vote, and it's kind of a stuff you.
yeah.
You know,
Yes, it's kind of a stuff you sort of thing. But I sort of think, there's a lot of people, particularly in the US, that can't vote because they've made it, so that I think they've changed some laws somewhere where people who have been in prison can vote. But I mean, that's another sort of a suppression too of not allowing people
that's
because
a way
they're
of getting
majority
basically
black
people
people.
of color.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly,
and that's
disproportionately. And I have to
that's
say,
wrong.
like as disgusting as the rate of imprisonment is in the United States, I think Australia's proportional imprisonment rate is second in the world.
Yeah.
It's like, I think, a quarter of the percentage of imprisonment in the United States, but it's still worse than anybody else in the world.
Yeah.
And disproportionately,
Indigenous
we
people.
lock up Aboriginal people.
Yeah, that's right.
For anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for anything. Yeah, and we have a lot of private prisons here now, which of course makes that even more
And
attractive. You know,
they're
to
all run
have.
by Serco.
They're all owned by that awful Serco, which takes Julian Assange around. That awful. What else are they? Detention centers and all of that they.
They also
control.
do Social Security.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're dreadful, and we've got that sort of plague of a fucking company, organization, corporation, doing things in our country. But speaking of meddling, I mean, back in 1975, Gough Whitlam, who was our only democratically socialist prime minister, he got ousted by with the help of the CIA, and the CIA admitted that they helped get rid of him, and it's been a neoliberal mess ever since. And so, this is why, I mean, we really have gone right downhill over the last 40 years. It's been dreadful, hasn't it, Didi?
Yeah.
He was great. He was he brought in free healthcare. He was for indigenous free education. You could go to university for nothing. You could do, you could indigenous people. There was, he was really good with rights for indigenous people. It was,
basically,
he was anti-war
until 1969. Aboriginal people were classed as fauna. They weren't even classed as human beings.
Oh yes, up until 1969. Yeah. Was it 1969?
Disgusting.
Yeah, it's disgusting. And Still My Beats was saying, because they get fined. So, and he said that's awesome. So and then he said, I am one of those people who can't vote. I'm sorry that you can't vote. Still My Beats. Are you able to give your first name? Or it doesn't matter if you don't want to, but it just make it, if you feel like that.
We talk about Ginny and
if anybody ever wants to share their first name,
Raven.
It's nice to be able to call you by your, first name if you don't mind. But if you do, that's totally fine.
Yeah.
Record from over 10 years ago when I was 18. Oh no, my thing crashed. Hold on.
Oh no.
No, that's all right. That's just my thing. So record from over 10 years ago when I was 18 still don't have some of those basic rights. Isn't that appalling?
Yeah.
10 years ago when you were 18. Jeez
Yeah.
Louise.
It is. It's disgusting.
Do you mind me asking what state you're in? Still My Beats? Anyway, for some reason I'm really tired today. I don't know why. It could be the pollen. I don't know if the pollen is kind of a bit crazy at the moment. Let me have a look. Pollen.
I lived in New Mexico and California and upstate New York.
Didi? Oh, yeah. Didi's lived in a number of places. Didi's actually, shall I say?
Sure.
Didi was born in the U.S.,
States.
But she got out when Reagan got in. She thought that's enough.
Basically, I did everything I could electorally to try and encourage people to vote against Reagan. But Reagan got in, and I knew that was the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
So I said, that's it. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it was a good bloody decision.
It really, really was. Yeah. The pollen index was very high today.
Yeah.
It's not surprising, Didi. Oh no, sorry. It was high. No, it's high today. It's going to be very high tomorrow.
Oh,
that's
good.
Too bad.
How fabulous. Just what we need.
Anyway, oh, Justin. Okay. Thanks, Justin. So Still My Beats is name is Justin.
Okay. Hi, Justin.
Good. It's sad, isn't it, that that a lot of us have to kind of have these usernames rather than real names because of all the surveillance and people's employers and just generally, like privacy and stuff. It's kind of sad, but understandable at the same time.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah, so it's funny. It's funny the other day, when I posted that Chris Hedges. Oh, hang on. What is Justin says, isn't it a rule felons can't move to Australia? I've heard that before.
Gee,
I don't know. Is it a rule that felons can't move to Australia? God, that would be kind of...
I think there are laws against... Oh, God, I think there's even laws against people who've had...
They won't let Chelsea Manning in here, for goodness sake.
A legal conviction come into Australia as a tourist.
They won't let... We've gotten really... Like, this country actually, putting aside the awful situation with Indigenous people, but this country used to be sort of fairly intelligent and open-minded and stuff, didn't it, Dee Dee, to some extent? Yeah. And over the time since the neoliberalism and since these governments, the coalition's been getting more conservative, and the Labor Party has been trying to move more to the centre and more to the centre, till now they're sort of kind of beyond. They're a bit rightish in a way, aren't they?
Yeah.
And it sort of seems to, I don't know, people have gotten more, there seems to be a certain element of complete ignoramuses, just like in the US, where they kind of almost proud of being ignorant, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yes, it's almost a pride in ignorance.
It's really sad, because I over the last 40 years in particular, like I've seen a real downhill slide with the kind of, I don't know, sort of like a stupid virus. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
It's so sad. Like Australia actually used to people used to kind of seem to value real discussion. Mind you, the corporate media was always bad. The Murdoch media and its consolidation now is just outrageous. But the media was always presenting the US imperialist narrative, the US national security state. It was very rare that it would ever challenge that, really. I think I could safely say that, don't you think, Dee Dee? Even programs like Four Corners and Dateline and that kind of thing, I think they were always pretty careful to keep not really challenging the US national security state narrative. But
I think once upon a time they were better at that. I mean, they actually had John Pilger talking and things like that. They actually had things from John Pilger and stuff once upon a time.
That's true, didn't it?
Yeah, and
who was that?
I remember seeing, a whole thing about the United Fruit and what it was doing in terms of controlling the distribution of food.
Oh, was it United Fruit? Was that what it's called?
United Fruit, Chiquita Banana.
Chiquita Banana, yeah.
That's the people whose, Banana Republic is basically from the United Fruit control of Central American countries.
Yeah.
And they were doing all kinds of stuff in Queensland, particularly, which is where we grow bananas. And there used to be a huge diversity of bananas, different types of bananas.
Yeah.
And now, basically, Chiquita only wants certain ones, and it bought up something like 52% of the banana farms.
Yeah.
But more importantly, it controlled the diversity, the
diversity
distribution, wholesaling.
Yeah.
And so anybody who wanted to sell their bananas had to meet certain criteria that Chiquita basically, or United Fruit basically set.
Yeah. Yeah.
They had to be this kind of banana, and that
Yeah.
kind of, or else they wouldn't get it marketed.
Oh, let me just read out some comments, Didi, since you can't see them on the thing.
Yeah, I can't see them.
So Didi can't see any comments because
Unfortunately,
she's got two monitors, but one of them's clapped out.
One of them's
Anyway, so Still My Beat said, "I've always wanted to go to Australia. Well, I hope you get here someday."
Yeah, I
Justin,
hope so too.
Justin, and Justin said, "Ever since I was a child." Okay, anybody with legal conviction. So he's saying ignoramus pride, yeah, that and he said ignoramus pride worldwide. That's funny. Yeah, really. I think there's that, isn't there?
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, we were just saying today, hey Didi, we went to, like, we have two major corporations that own all the supermarkets basically, and one other that isn't around, which is there's an independent one called IGA, and then there's one that's called
IGA is Independent Grocers.
Yeah, but then there's
of Australia, and they basically buy a lot of their stuff.
Yeah.
From Woolworths.
But there's also one other, Aldi, which hasn't. It's a German
corporation. They've tried to penetrate. They're another massive global corporation.
But they're not really here. So basically, we've only got
Tasmania.
We've got these two major supermarket chains, and so
in Tasmania, really only the one mainly, except in major population, except
Woolworths.
in Hobart and Launceston.
Yeah, Woolworths is basically the corporation, the supermarket that dominates everything. And today, they just, I don't know if this is like this in the US, but you'll come in one week and they'll have a markup of like 50%. Or even 150%.
Frozen fruit has been their home brand frozen fruit has been $4 a bag.
Yeah.
For a long time.
Yeah, frozen fruit.
And suddenly it's gone up to $7.50.
Yeah.
That's almost double.
Yeah. And it's like, and you were saying, Didi, about how we're actually approaching this situation now in Australia where it's almost a bit like India, where there are people that in India that just cannot afford certain things. They just can't afford them.
Yeah.
And I mean, of course, there's
because
already
wages haven't gone up.
Yeah. The wages haven't gone up to keep up with it.
Certainly any kind of pensions or the dole or anything like that hasn't gone up.
No. I mean, they have a ridiculous situation for people on unemployment benefits here, where it's actually
we at least have unemployment benefits.
What?
We at least have
we at least have
benefits.
It, but it's way below the poverty line.
Yeah, and hasn't gone up for 25 years.
Yeah, and we've got a useless kind of a Labor Party that doesn't really stick up for unemployed people. They're kind of pretending like at the present time like they care, just to be kind of different, but they haven't really committed to actually even bringing it up to the poverty line.
No.
So, but what I'm saying is, what we were thinking was that there are things now that
it's getting to the point. It's like India, where there are people who are simply too poor to afford a lot of things.
Yeah.
A lot of things are just beyond their reach. Definitely way beyond their reach.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, it gets to this stage where, like, for example, we like to throw some frozen blueberries in a smoothie and stuff, but now we have to think,
porridge.
Or in porridge, can we, we have to start thinking, we'll have to cut back on that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's sort of, I mean, some of this is like first world people's problems, really, but you know what I'm saying, though, about...
to a degree it's first world problems, but to a degree it's anybody's problem. I mean, can you afford certain kinds of food?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like we end up eating a whole lot of tinned food these days because the fresh food is A, unavailable, B, expensive, and C, kind of really very poor quality, a
Yeah.
lot of it.
Yeah.
And
Which is ridiculous because we're in a sort of a rural most
we're
of
in
Tasmania.
a food-producing
We're
area.
in a fruit producing area, and
but
it's
all
really
the
hard.
food, all
and
the food goes to Melbourne.
Yeah, and then
it
it
goes
comes
to
back.
Victoria. It goes across the Tasman Sea, and doesn't come back.
Yeah.
Um,
So we actually get poor quality fruit, even though we're actually growing it here. But
Yeah.
and we haven't quite gotten our garden on to the extent because we're trying to finish building this house,
yeah.
and
I've
so
been very
we
slack
haven't
this
been
year.
able to sort of do everything we'd
Last
like
year
to do.
I did a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, pardon?
Last year I did a bunch
Yeah,
of
Didi
gardening.
did a bunch of stuff because we were doing this legislation thing in the Tasmanian
Couple of years
Parliament
ago.
for a year and a
Yeah.
half, and that took up a lot of time and psychological space and
Yeah.
everything.
We won.
We won, but
But
anyway, it was exhausting.
At a huge personal cost.
It had a huge personal cost, but yeah, so we'll eventually get the garden on more, but yeah, it sort of it's just sort of things are just becoming like way too expensive, like things that I would never have thought in Australia it'd ever be the case. Like my mother, who's actually two generations older than me, she's much older than me, but she would come
adopted.
home. Yeah, I'm adopted. She would come home and she'd say, "Oh, the bananas went up 1 cent. Tricia, can you believe it? 1 or 2 cents, and she'd be outraged. And now you go in and like bananas would be up 50% or even more than that.
$1.50.
$1.50
just
more
let
or
it go,
something.
Yeah,
just out of nowhere. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Then it'd be back, and it's like Didi's said in the past. They just fiddle around with the numbers to see what people will pay, and then they keep it at that. It's really just we're really prattling on, aren't we? So
but I mean,
let me
real.
just read some. Let me just read some. So Justin said, it's this big economic bubble. It's always pretending to care. Give your people the tools to fish, not give them fish. Something they always refuse today because it would be counterproductive to their agenda. And then Justin says, I love it, building your house and farm. I'm right there with you. Off-grid coming soon. LOL. ASAP. Just got to get through whatever this election brings. Yeah. Well, that sounds good. Getting off-grid. That sounds really good.
Yeah.
There's actually a lot of people seem to be doing that now.
Yeah.
Which is great. I think if you can kind of also get involved with some kind of or hook up with some kind of community that's into that, then you kind of have some sort of like support and stuff. Because I think the more chaos, particularly if Trump gets back in, and that was the thing I was going to say was, I actually think he's going to get back in. Just looking at the just because I don't believe anything that can possibly go wrong will go wrong. Not that Biden's any party at all, but Trump at this point I think is really unhinged and with delusions of grandeur and thinks he's some kind of emperor that can just go around assassinating people now in the street like that Michael Reinhold. I just think he's going to be he's really frightening. I find him really, really frightening. Trump, yeah. Trump is really frightening.
Yeah.
Just watching those little excerpts of him, if you saw my recent video of him talking about locking up people, like I think he could actually go to the extent of locking up, tracking down political opponents, just like any fascist would do.
Well, I think he's established the basis for that in calling Biden a communist and Antifa and all that, and a terrorist. And
a radical leftist.
If he's a radical left, then
I'll eat
any
my hat.
politician can be left of Biden is absolutely going to be thrown in prison.
Yeah, really. So that's really just. It's
disgusting.
Remarkable that he and ridiculous that he is trying to lump.
Just
what?
out of the game. This is a strange world with all the bubbles.
Oh yeah. It's It's amazing that he's actually lumping Biden in with the radical left. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And so, so I mean, he could actually anybody, all these people that have been fucking with him with Russiagate, like the corporate media who, have kept that going. And he's quite right to feel angry about that, how they've persecuted him with stuff that has no basis really with it at all, the Russiagate stuff. And of course the brunch crowd and the corporate Democrats and all of that have taken that, and Maddow have taken all that to the extreme, and where there's, and ignored all the real stuff, genocide in Yemen, all that kind of stuff. Like, he's got a real axe to grind there, and he may actually end up sort of like, if he really was able to get away with it and he was really out of control, he could start just rounding people up, just like any fascist would do. He could go the Pinochet way, and I good luck trying to rein it in. They'd have to rely on the military to step in and remove him, because that probably will be the only way they could stop him. That's what I'm concerned about, that he might start actually rounding people up, rounding up, because he already has rounded up people up, and he's already trying to throw in prison those Party for Socialism and Liberation, those 4 activists in Denver, Colorado. They're facing 48 years in prison just for a non-violent sit-in around the police station in Denver, and they consider that kidnapping. So they're up on felony charges and looking at 48 years. And he could do all that. They could start doing that to anybody who challenges the police, the militarized police. They could they can do whatever the hell they want. And they've got the NDAA, which is basically the National Defense Authorization Act. They can go in, and they've been able to do this since Obama, just arrest anybody and without charge and without counsel indefinitely, and even assassinate people legally, which they've already done too. They've done 2 American citizens, Anwar al-Awlaki and his 16-year-old son. They killed them with drones overseas.
They can do that with people
they can do that
in America.
But now he's literally gone and done it now. Like, I'm sure he's got Obama's kill list that he does every Tuesday.
I mean,
but
basically he's talking about death squads when he starts talking about
the Michael Reinhold thing.
Yeah, I sent them out.
Yes.
I called in the sheriffs, and they went in there, and they weren't interested in arresting him. They just wanted to shoot him and kill him.
No, but he gave the direction to do that. They They didn't do that of their own accord. He told them to go in and basically kill him, and they did. And so that is a death squad.
Yeah.
And when those militarized police were taking people off the street, and just putting them in cars and driving off, I mean, that could start happening in a real way where, like, they've already started that, but that could happen in a real way where they have those kind of death flight things, that they used to have with Pinochet.
There really is death squads.
Yeah.
When you start having police just going around and killing people.
Sure, that is a death squad.
That is a death squad.
Exactly. But I mean, they could disappear people and knock them off like Pinochet did, like literally.
Well, I think they're kind of doing that.
Well, they're not killing people yet. They're disappearing.
Well, they are killing people, but they aren't disappearing people.
No, that's what I said. They are killing people, but they're not disappearing them and killing them. Yeah. They haven't done the disappear kill thing, as far as I know. But they do that overseas. They just decide, have a list of people they want to. So they're just bringing that home.
Well,
anyway,
all
let me read some more of these
stuff and all.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see. Actually, normally, Justin, these are we usually try and keep them to just kind of, what do you call it? Just chatter about light things.
Nice
but I sort of feel like there's it's so close to the election and stuff. I don't mind just talking about whatever, talking about political stuff, because that's fine. So anyway, hi Holly. Holly's here.
Hi Holly.
Nice to see you. So we've just been rattling on for the last hour with Justin. Justin is Steal My Beats, and Ginny is Brave.
Blue Raven.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Brave Blue Raven Art and Craft. That's Ginny. but you probably already know, Jenny, Holly. And so let's see. I'll just read out some of the comments because
and I'm just landing
just
on
in
different
case we
planets.
don't get any.
And
Dee Dee's just landing on different planets, and I'm just prattling on. So let's see. Yes, yes, that's what I've learned. The meaning of life was to cultivate a community of love, bright souls, and high frequencies only. That sounds nice. But you are right about Trump. But the people will really have a problem with that. Belarus by 100. Well, one would hope so, but in the end, like, if they have Amy Coney Barrett say, well, we don't know, it's a bit close, we'll go for Trump, which is what she'll do, then what are they going to do about it, really? They can prance around, everybody can get in the streets all they like, but I don't think it's going to make any difference. Do you, Dee Dee?
no.
No, I think like if the Supreme Court decides that way, which they will.
Well, I
don't
think
think
it
they
depends on what the response of the public is. I mean, I think, if the response of the public is significant,
Yeah.
I think they will realize they need to deal with it. Because, I mean, I remember hearing something about, I think it was a Labour Party here,
Right.
which is the left-wing so-called party, and it's sort of left of Genghis Khan, and the LNP, the Liberal National Party, is to the right of Genghis Khan. Yeah.
Right.
But I remember reading an article where it said the difference between the LNP and the Labour Party is the Labour Party believed that they should institute these policies slowly enough that there's not social disruption. In other words, there's not a revolution. They thought, let's cool it, people adapt, to worse and worse situations, and they do. I remember in a theater thing, we talked about people adapting. One of the great strengths of humanity is that we're adaptable.
Yeah.
We'll adapt to anything.
Are you talking
We'll
about
adapt.
climate change? Are you talking about climate crisis?
No, I'm talking about we'll adapt to fascism. We'll adapt to.
Who's thinking that?
Well, look at it. People do adapt. Yeah. No.
Dee Dee's having a glass of wine.
I'm having a glass of wine,
and Dee Dee's a bit of a one-pot screamer. And I was just making this action with my hand, like, are you a little bit pissed?
Tipsy?
A little bit tipsy,
Yeah.
but I don't know. She might be a little bit tipsy, but like she's only really had a glass and a half.
Yeah.
I'm not drinking, but I just wanted to check.
No. I mean, basically, I don't remember what I was
And
saying
she's at the
now.
controls of a spaceship, and she's a little bit tipsy.
I'm not actually going anywhere. I'm on this beautiful
How did we get here,
cold
Dee Dee?
planet.
How did we get here when we were sort of? It seems like we're swapping in different planets.
Yes, I swapped
quickly.
different planets.
Oh, okay.
If you didn't notice, I changed solar systems.
No.
I went out and I went into hyperdrive, changed solar systems, and I was on a different planet, and then I moved to this planet. And I'm looking at the different plants, and I'm identifying minerals. There's an unidentified mineral, and I'm identifying that now. I can scan these different things.
Is this the same birds circling around?
No, these are different birds. These are different species. This
Right.
is a different planet. So
Oh,
I can look at my discoveries here, and
hang on a second. Holly says she doesn't hear anything. Can everybody still hear?
can you hear? I hope.
Hang on a sec. I'll ask them.
Who are you
Hang
not
on.
hearing? Are you not hearing either of us, or?
I'll just ask her that.
I've identified 3 flying species in this planet so far.
Oh, okay. You can hear okay, Holly? Um, and by the way, we managed. We went down to the tip shop, or maybe you'd call it the dump in the United States. Is that what they call
Yeah.
it? Anyway, we went down to the tip
It's
shop.
a recycling.
Oh, Holly can't. You can't hear us? Can anybody else hear us? Can anyone else not hear us? Let me see. I mean,
Should be able to hear. Let me just see. Okay, I see my sound seems like it's pretty good. Your sound
yeah, you can still. Yeah,
should be fairly good.
yeah. I
The
don't
background
know.
music
Nobody
is playing.
seems to be talking.
What?
No one seems to be talking. There's 6 people watching. Let's see.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I can hear you both. Okay, so something
Okay.
about Holly's sound can't hear.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Maybe turn up your volume.
Yeah, I don't know, Holly.
Make sure it's connected to your headphones or your speakers or whatever.
Yeah.
I know
I'm not
sometimes, we end up having issues where you can't hear anything, and then you suddenly realize that it's connected to something other than your headphones or
Oh
your
yeah,
speakers.
sometimes like we've got different.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know how you have the master volume and you've got different, like the headphones or sometimes you play it through the TV or or whatever. There's different options, and sometimes you don't have it on the right option. Anyway, what? Oh yes, what I was saying was we went to the. We've been going to the tip shop to pick up some stuff, for the
That's
building.
sort of a recycling.
Yeah, it's a recycling place.
At the so-called dump.
And they'll say,
What you
yeah,
know.
and it's funny. They'll look at what you've got, and then they'll go, one guy will just always go $15, no matter how many things you have.
They high grade what people throw away.
Yeah,
And they have champagne glasses, books, lamps. We've been buying a lot of lamps because mostly in the house at the moment we have hanging.
oh yes, we've just got hanging bulbs.
Hanging bulbs.
And no lamp, no
and
kind
no
of
lamps,
covers and stuff.
And because we've been finishing some rooms, we've been actually trying to make it have nice lamps.
Yes, nice. Cover, light covers, and so anyway, we and just recently I got this sort of table instead of the sort of the I had a plank with 2 kind of workhorsing type things underneath
I had
it. Now I've got
sawhorses.
two
and a
sawhorses and a plank
that I use for shelving.
So that was my table for a long time. But just recently there was this kind of nice table for like $15. And Didi just kind of sanded the top of it. Now it's a nice wooden table with nice legs and stuff.
Refinished it.
Anyway, so now I've got this bigger table, and of course the cats, our sweet little cats, love to. So half our tables have got little cat beds on them, so we got a bigger table.
Trissy makes sure whenever there is any
table
horizontal
or desk,
surface that it has at least 2 cat beds on it. She says, and then she says, "Oh, you're cluttering up the cat bed. You have to move that keyboard. You can't leave your keyboard on the
Didi has a tendency to put
because the cats won't have room."
So Didi's table, half her table has a couple of cat beds on it, and one of our little guys, Aoife, who's only he's almost 2 years old now, almost, and he likes to just he thinks he's transparent, and he just kind of parks in front of the monitor and sort of waves his little tail like a seaweed we call it seaweed tails when they're really happy. And he just parks in front of the monitor, doesn't he, while you're working or
And
playing?
he'll come up and he'll
It's
push
hilarious.
his face against me and,
It's hilarious.
do little kisses.
So anyway, he's on my table now. He's in one of the little cat beds on the table.
Yeah.
But it's just funny, like I've got a bigger table and now I've got cat beds on.
This is a very pretty planet.
Yeah. Hey?
I just have to say, this is a very pretty planet.
It is.
It's icy, but
I might have to make another cup of tea. Okay, so I'll just read out some comments. So,
I'm going
Holly's
into space.
Holly's gonna. Okay, great, Holly. You missed out on my silly story. Anyway, let's see. We have it. It's called Goodwill. Oh yes, good. Yeah. Justin was saying they have a sort of a dump shop or a tip shop, and it's called Goodwill.
Well, Goodwill is something, we call that an op shop. And we have Goodwill, and we have, do we have Goodwill? We have St. Vincent's, and we have...
Yeah, we have St. Vincent's, Salvation Army. Sadly, the Salvation Army is...
they're homophobic as hell.
They used to be homophobic, and they probably still are.
Yeah.
I haven't checked their sort of their things lately, but yeah, so that's unfortunate.
Yes,
I had
they tell
to...
people, why don't you just kill yourself, you know?
Is that what they... Who
well,
said
they
that?
told that to a priest who was having problems because he was gay.
Oh, Jesus Christ,
yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Isn't
this
that
was in
awful?
Queensland.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God. Really?
Yeah, really.
And what happened to those people?
Well, I think they decided
Oh, my God.
that they shouldn't be getting their advice from Salvation Army.
That's appalling.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that
They're
one, did he?
homophobic as fuck.
Wowza.
As hell. Excuse me for swearing.
What did you say? Oh,
I
yeah.
said nasty things.
Oh, well, I've already said shit and fuck, so there you go.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
I
We're
try not
actually-
to say those sweary words because
Yes.
YouTube's very thingy about swearing and stuff, and a lot of other things too, which is unfortunate. I don't really know. You know how, I don't know if has anybody heard this, but and I'm not endorsing the last American vagabond or anything because they had some sort of COVID denying stuff on there, but you know, that all that fuss about masks and stuff, which I just don't get. But anyway, YouTube just deleted their whole channel, and I think they had quite a few thousand on there, and they didn't give them any warning. They were doing other things that were good, but I think they got done for being, COVID sort of mask deniers or something. But still, you know, there was no warning, and they just deleted the whole thing. And like, this is the thing, you know, we're at this point where, you know, they don't have to give you an explanation. They don't even give you a warning. They just delete things. And my channel's only a small one. But just say you had a huge, or you got to just say you had a huge channel, like, I don't know, some of the other people that there's bunches of different people with huge channels. Imagine if you just one day came to log in and the whole thing was gone, including all the people that you had on there,
your work,
and you don't all your work, and you don't have any record of any of, like, people haven't given you any way to contact them to say, oh, by the way, this is where we'll be now, like Rockfin or something like that.
Yeah.
And I sort of think, and the thing is, there are people probably won't give people, like, they won't sign on to some site like Status Quo, the leftist journalist site. Leftist journalist source, they get people to join their site. But I mean, not everybody will join the site, and that means there'll be probably quite a few thousand that won't join. And then when they get knocked off, how is anybody going to find them, really, sort of thing? So it's just sort of, it's just like a Russian roulette, really, that they're going to just gradually knock. Why wouldn't they knock people off? The only thing that stops them, I think, is capitalism. They don't mind if
they
people
make money.
They make money, so that's the only thing that.
They make money on the leftist channels. They make money on the right channels. They make money on the fascists.
Yes, they
they're
make
quite
money on the
happy.
fascists. They make money on the cryptic Nazis, like
They make money on the QAnon people
pardon?
and the lizard
Crypto
people.
Nazis. Oh yeah,
It doesn't matter, like it's money.
They don't care. So anyway, yeah, you got sweary too, and it hid your comment, Ginny. So I had to show that comment. So that just shows that they don't like that word. Yeah. So anyway, it's funny, how like Twitter will let Donald Trump and other threaten a country to kill millions of people, and that's okay, but you say the word F or shit, and that's a real problem. You can threaten to annihilate a country, and that's fine, but don't say a swear word.
Yeah.
What are we doing here, Didi?
Well,
what is that?
I'm flying off to a different planet. See the one I'm...
It looks like you're going through a meteor storm.
Yes, well, I'm in Pulse Drive, which, see, I'm aiming at that planet with the rings, which I haven't gone to yet. In this solar system.
Right.
And so I'm going to run off to it and just see what kind of a planet it is.
Right, yeah.
And I'm in Pulse Drive, which is kind of like a hyperdrive.
Is it like autopilot?
No, it's not like autopilot.
That often I wonder about that. Like in Voyager when they're traveling at like warp 10 or warp 9 or whatever.
Yeah.
And I think, how could you possibly navigate through anything traveling at that speed? Like if there's a meteor or an asteroid or something.
Well, that's why they have a deflector dish.
So they can deflect all those things as they're going Mach 10 or Mach 9 or whatever.
Otherwise they die. Whoops.
Right, yeah.
Oh my, it's a gray planet. God, it's a disgusting planet.
Oh my, it looks like a dead opium pod planet.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, Holly's got to
off.
go and do some stuff.
Okay, Holly. Well, I've just landed on a funny other planet for the first time.
So I did. It's great to see you, Holly. So
see you, Holly. It's lovely to see you.
It's funny. I was just. It's funny. Like anybody who's followed this channel, every so often I'll do a straight out vegan video, and usually I'll lose a couple of subscribers and stuff. People always ditch it because they go, "Oh no, anti-imperialism and stuff. That's fine, but God, you can't talk about veganism." What?
Yeah.
But anyway, so anyway, I've done another one today. I'll probably post it tomorrow and stuff, and hopefully people will hang in there and not spit the dummy and sort of go, "Oh no, I can't tolerate the veganism."
Look at the flying jellyfish.
So I might let you talk for a little while I make a cup of tea, Dee.
Okay.
I'm just going to make a cup of tea.
I'm just watching.
And if you were all here, I'd make you a cup of tea too.
I've just landed on a new planet.
Yeah, and that's true, Holly. I don't agree with censorship either. It's a problem, people being sort of COVID deniers, but still, just deleting things is sort of just not okay. And they always do the right first, but then they're really coming for the left in the end. And sadly, the right doesn't. A lot of on the right don't even. They'll never ever stick up for the left when the left is deleted.
No.
But they're always carrying on about themselves. They don't care if the left is censored. That's not an issue.
That's fine. That's a good
fine.
thing.
Anyway, I'm just gonna. Are you going or are you staying? I'm coming back. I'm just gonna make a cup of tea. But Justin said, "Take care. Tea time one day. LOL. Peace." Are you going too? I'm just coming. I'm just going to be away for 5 minutes.
And I'm just wandering around this planet. I can't actually see comments. unfortunately, at the moment. So, so here I am on this new planet, and there's new beings. I'm trying to scan them and find out who they are. And like, this is the new flying creature he looks like a giant moth. And there's the flying jellyfish creatures. And I think I'm in some sort of a radioactive storm at the moment. I can dig a hole. Well, I've already found that the game starts where you come into existence in a place where you don't know where you are or who you are. And you find a wrecked spaceship nearby, which is apparently your spaceship. And thank you, sweetie. And then you start on kind of a voyage of discovery. I'm eating a fig. I'm sorry if I'm chewing. And you start discovering these planets and getting on, but you also discover there's this thing called the Atlas, which many people in the universe see as a god. But which is a ginormous computer, and it's created the universe as a simulation, and you are created as part of that to explore the simulation and experience diversity. And unfortunately, there are problems with the computer, and it is going to crash in 16 minutes, except in the simulation time that may be thousands of years. So your goal is to get to the galactic center and see if you can fix it. And that's what the game is. And basically you visit various worlds. You can create bases where you can live and do various things. And you can meet people, and you can do various things, and you just see more and more planets and places and that kind of thing. And it's kind of fun. And as I say, you can create your own bases, and you have a teleportation network where you can...
Oh, hang on, Justin's going.
Okay.
See you, Justin.
See you, Justin. See you, Justin. Hopefully this has been interesting. I'm not sure how interesting it is to see other people playing a game, but it's fun for me because it's not a game which is killing people. It's actually a game which goes to a number of different places and sees interesting places. Like I actually have a base on a planet that looks like champagne. It's golden, and it has bubbles coming up out of it everywhere. And I don't know why or what it is, but it's is kind of interesting. And you're always trying to find, new forms of life and different diversity. It's a game that really values diversity. Yeah. And it's lovely in many ways. And there's animals, like different planets have different species. Like there's a species here which looks like it's just an incredible rolling ball, and there's one that looks like it's flying jellyfish, and you can make friends with them and feed them and all that kind of stuff, which is wonderful. As a vegan, you can you can do these things. Yeah, like you have the option for riding on them or whatever, or farming them, and you just don't do it because you're a vegan. But you can get to know them, and you can make friends with them, and it's nice, and it's unusual in that way. I mean, almost all games are about killing things and getting better and better guns. Yeah, and learning, like getting more and more powerful and more stuff. And this game, like the amount of stuff you have, well, it's just stuff, and there's infinite numbers of worlds. I mean, they're not actually infinite numbers of worlds, but there's so many worlds that it may as well be infinite.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's like there's literally something like 534 billion worlds in this game.
Wow.
And like right now I'm leaving this planet, which was a little bit gray for me. I didn't like it that much. But I've been to all 3 worlds in this solar system now. And I think I'll go off to a different solar system. And I'm going to navigate to the galaxy map. And see if I can get closer to the galactic core. Well, it's an English game, and it's procedurally generated universe. It's like they've put in commands for it to generate a huge number of planets differently.
Yeah.
Each one should be different.
Yeah. Ginny was saying.
And it just generates them.
Ginny was saying, I love that even your gaming approach is vegan. Of course.
Of course. Of course.
And where are we now?
Okay, we're just warped to a new solar system, and we came in, and there's a pirate ship that's attacking some freighters, I think, and I'm going to help the freighters out by attacking by getting rid of the pirate. But there's these freighters here.
I think Justin thinks your name is Ginny.
No, my name isn't Ginny.
I know, but
my name is Dee Dee.
I know, but I think he thinks your name is Ginny because he said, "Tell Ginny I appreciate the condo and perspective." Unless he thinks my name is Ginny too. I don't know.
Yeah. And
Anyway.
this is one of the few times where you actually blow something up, which is I'm blowing up the pirate ships who are attacking these freighters. See these freighters?
Yeah.
And they're huge, and they have all kinds of ships next to them. These are the intergalactic freighter ships, and I actually have one, and I might bring it in. Oh, there's another pirate somewhere. Let's see. Okay. Is there any more? Don't know.
That was nice to have a chat with
Yeah,
Justin.
Justin, yeah.
Let's see this.
I wish I could get the comments.
Yeah. Oh well, I'll just read them out to you. But
Yeah.
there's 5 people
it's
watching.
frustrating.
Yeah, sure. There's 5 people watching. I could maybe get it on my phone for
Yeah.
you. Let me
Yeah.
get it on the phone.
Yeah.
So has anything exciting happened to you lately, Ginny? Anything interesting? Excuse me. Let's see.
Okay. So the pirate ship.
Oh, here we go. Wow, it looks really interesting in the thumbnail there. Sort of a red planet. Okay, so I'll just turn the... there you go.
Okay. Ah, yeah. I can't really see the comments now. I probably...
Yeah, see? Look at this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. It's hard to see them and watch at the same time. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Love that your gaming approach is vegan. Yes. Yes. I think you know, like, if I'm not interested in playing a game where you end up having to kill animals. That's ridiculous.
Unfortunately, you've kind of
And so
forced
many
to.
of them have that.
Yeah, it's like in Morrowind, they
Even
have
Morrowind, it's like all of the animals attack you.
Yeah, it's just they're programmed
and the
to
only
attack
way
you.
to avoid that is to become invisible, which
Yeah.
I always try and do,
Yeah.
so that I can avoid having animals attack me.
Yeah,
But you know, how sad.
yeah. Uh-oh, we start talking about veganism, and we lose
And
2
lose
people.
Oh no! Oh no! Anyway, I'm
Oh.
in a space station now.
I look forward to a day when you don't even have to talk about veganism because most people are vegan. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, and I'm going to see if I can get some new things from my...
What does this mean, this 32% with a spanner up the top there?
Where's that? I don't know where it is.
See? 32% up the top there. See where the mouse is?
Oh yeah. Not sure. Oh, 1 million units. No, I'm not going to do that. Okay.
Oh, there's only 2 people watching now. Oh,
Oh,
well, we're
okay.
losing.
Is that
Well-
you and me?
Yeah. It's just you and me now, I think.
Oh well.
Oh, that's fine. How long have we been going now?
It's an exotic ship. I want it.
104 minutes, so that's
I'm
like
gonna ask for it.
an hour and 40 minutes.
Hi.
Maybe we'll give it
Don't-
another... Did he?
Come. Wait a minute. I want to talk to this guy. I want to buy this ship. He has a really fun little ship, and I want it. I'm going to buy it. Okay.
What's that guy's name?
Oh, I don't know. He's a Vikeen.
Okay, so Jenny said, I had an outing yesterday. Lockdown has eased a bit now. It wasn't an exciting outing though, just a visit to the local medical clinic. But it was good to get out, get out of the house a bit. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yes, I noticed that, things are looking better for Victoria. That's really good.
Yeah.
Do you think the problem, Ginny, was that they just refused to sort of shut the borders completely and keep allowing trucks and things to come in, and that was the problem? That they just sort of weren't really taking, they still wanted to keep the things kind of going along how they were, and so rather than just shut it all down, they just kept half measures.
Okay, I'm going into my freighter now.
So, hello to anybody who's lurking. Feel free to come in and say hi. We're just, every so often we do these live things. Probably, I don't know, well, we haven't done one.
Once in a while, just for fun.
We haven't done one for like about 4 or 5 weeks now, which is kind of naughty, but I think I found this U.S. election has taken up a lot of brain space, even though I don't really believe in electoral politics. I mean, I just think it's, it's all theatre and stuff, but at the same time, it's, I want to sort of see how it's going, and so it kind of, and it's just awful to witness, really.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I find it very draining. You do too, don't you, Dee Dee?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
And I think a lot of people do.
I think that's one reason I end up playing this game.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So anyway, so we do these probably. We were doing them. We were going to try and do them once a week, but then things just sort of slipped by.
Well, also the game that we were playing was probably not as fun.
Morrowind.
Morrowind is wonderful.
But that was the last game we played, wasn't it? That's okay. Morrowind is nice.
Morrowind's okay. You do end up killing a lot of people.
Yeah, that's just how it is, sadly.
Yeah.
I have to be honest and say I can't really get into the, those games where there's sort of a shooter, going around just mowing people down. I don't know. I don't.
Oh, I really can't
find
get
that
into
very
those
appealing.
Kind of games. No.
And it just seems kind of weird. It often doesn't seem like there's much sort of skill or anything, or it just seems like that people are going around mowing people down.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
There must be skill in there somewhere. I don't know, but I
think there's skill in shooting, and I think that's about it.
Yeah, I guess I haven't watched it long enough. It just seems I get a little bit of PTSD just watching somebody going around mowing people down all the time. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
It's not fun.
No, not really.
You're not my idea of fun.
No, but then I don't really know much about gaming, so I don't really. I can't really say I know enough about it to really know what those games are actually like.
Yeah, a lot of them are just. Like you get
first shooter things.
You shoot things and you get bigger weapons, and you
yeah
shoot bigger things and you get bigger weapons, and
yeah yeah.
I'm currently just debriefing my frigates. They've all been on expeditions. I'm on my freighter.
Yeah. Oh, I remember Ginny was saying it was a combination of things. I think mostly that the quarantine procedures were not good, and so those from overseas brought in the virus, and it spread from there.
Yes.
Yeah, there was also security.
There was that whole thing in Victoria where,
security
there
guards.
was the corruption with the private security
Yeah,
firms,
yeah, that was crazy.
and they weren't even through tender. I
No.
mean, and some of them already had questions about their behavior and that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
And it's just really disgusting
yeah,
that they kind of went
yeah,
with them.
yeah, yeah. It is. Um, so anyway, but it's great that that's sort of settling down.
Yeah, yeah. It's good that Victoria's sort of sorting
Yeah.
itself out a bit. Let's see. How we gonna go?
My mother, Ginny, she is in a she turned 100. Well, as I mentioned, I'm adopted, and my mother is about 40 years older than me, 44 years older than me, and she's 104 now, and she just turned
Which
100.
is outrageous.
Yeah, she
Which is
just turned
really
104
outrageous,
recently, and she's still quite compos mentis, but she's actually become very frail now, which you would expect. But
Yeah.
she's been falling over a bit, and so I think that she's in a respite situation in Queensland, and has been the last couple of weeks. But I think that she may end up staying, may end up staying in the home, because I don't think, with the falling that she's been doing lately, I don't know if she'll ever really. I mean, there comes a
Yes.
point where you're
It's
fighting major entropy, aren't you, Dee Dee?
yeah,
And she's
yeah.
really well past the age of what most people live. So yeah, so it's kind of sad that she's had, because she's really fought a valiant battle not to go into a
Not to
home.
go into a
She's
home and
had some
not to
really
be.
good support
Yeah.
in her own home and stuff. But I think the time has probably come for that, which is kind of sad, because she's just been such an independent person, hasn't
Yeah.
she, Dee
And
Dee?
she's really compos mentis. She's wonderful in that way. Um,
Yeah, really, really compos mentis.
she's been really together with all of that, and she's 104, and that's pretty amazing,
Yeah, really.
actually.
Yeah.
And um,
And my father lived till he was 100,
yeah,
over 100, really.
it's too bad they're not genetically related.
Yeah, really.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
and
It is too bad. Um, mind you, if I lived till 2060, and that would make me 100, I don't know if I could cope with if if things get exponentially worse as they've been doing in recent times.
yes,
It'll be
really.
a absolute shit show, by then. I don't know if I want to be 100 when it's like that.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
Ginny
I mean,
said, "Yeah, wow, 104. That's amazing. Yeah, it is amazing." And you know what's crazy about it, Ginny, is that Mum, Mum got stage 4 melanoma, and this was in 2005,
which is
and
generally fatal.
yeah, it's at level stage 4. That's pretty fatal, and she and I found out about this. I found out about
A
this
special trial.
experimental trial, which was basically giving people interleukin. So we hooked her up with this trial, and we would take her up once. We'd take her up every day for a week, every month for about a
Every
year.
4 weeks.
Every 4 weeks, we'd take her up every day for a week, and she'd stay up there and get this interleukin. Anyway, she did that for, like, was it a year and a half or a year?
Yeah, a year and a half.
So we did that for that time, and then and she's been in remission ever since. In
Yeah,
fact, they
it's
use that
amazing.
drug now, this interleukin thing. They use that as a tablet form now because of, and she's one of probably 2 people left now
Who
who
went through that?
who are still alive from that trial. And I mean, So that's amazing. So that was like 2005, and that's 15 years ago now.
Yeah.
So that's truly incredible. So anyway, incredibly lucky. And then she sort of also had like a cancer in her
Colon.
in her colon, and that she had an operation, and she almost kind of just didn't recover very well from that. But then she did. So she sort of fought off some pretty amazing things.
Well, that was partly because they threw her out so early of the
Yeah, that's right.
the hospital.
They they discharged her too soon. But
Yeah.
luckily we were able to kind of nurse her back to health, and she was okay.
Yeah.
But she's been an incredibly generous person in her life. She's a very generous person, and
many people. Yeah.
and to people, and always interested in life and things and stuff. So that's probably one of the reasons she's been living so long, I think.
I hope. Yeah.
I hope, yeah. Hello, little one. There's Aoife is doing his
Yes,
transparent cat in front of the monitor thing.
Yeah. Hello, gorgeous.
I love the way they park themselves in front of the monitor as if they're transparent cats.
Well,
It's
they
funny.
come just to say hi, and here I am. Here I am. Here I am.
Yeah,
Absolutely, here I am.
yeah.
Please pay attention to me because I'm important. And yes, they
He's
are
hilarious.
important.
He's so sweet.
Yeah.
We call him Aoife, friend to the world, because he's just so friendly to
Little
everybody.
friend to all the world. Yeah.
He's friendly to any cat, friendly to us, and he's also incredibly naughty. Like, he's a real mischievous little guy.
Yes, he is.
But he's just so adorable, and he makes these little sounds that are like little wildcat sounds. Because he's
He
actually
makes the
related
most
to wildcats.
interesting- He's like an African wildcat. He's got that same coloration,
Yeah,
the same
we
sort of
adopted.
body shape. We actually think he's probably related in some way.
He's just like he's a sort of domestic tabby, but tabby cats are actually related to African wildcats, aren't they, Didi?
Yeah.
And he makes this amazing little sound like like you see in those movies, where you'll get some, I don't know, like some cheetah or leopard or something,
Yeah.
like making that wow kind of sound. It's like a small version of that sound. He does that every so often. Instead of meowing, he doesn't really meow, does he, Didi?
No. He's meowed once or twice,
Yeah.
but very rarely.
Yeah.
He's not a meower.
Yeah, it's funny. Wow, the Atlantic Council, I decided to subscribe to them just to see what kind of shenanigans they're up to. And they literally have a live stream every day.
Yeah.
I mean, these people never stop, do they?
No.
They're
They're evil.
They really are. They're evil. Like, just, I mean, the amount of money that they have to be having these constant sort of gatherings of people to do this and that,
Yeah.
the endless money. I mean, Atlantic Council makes, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, probably more,
Yeah. Yeah.
from corporations. And I'm just amazed how they just, since I've signed up, it's been a live stream almost every day of some bullshit that they're up to. It's just awful.
Yeah.
It's just literally evil never sleeps in that in this imperialist nightmare. You know?
It's really true.
So Ginny said, "Oh, lovely to hear about your cats." Yeah. God, they're wonderful, aren't they?
They are.
Non-human animals.
They're just
they really
lovely,
are.
lovely, lovely little beings.
What's this? This looks like something from Voyager.
Well, this is my plantation. I've
Oh.
got a little hydroponic garden here on my freighter,
Mm.
and I'm just uh, collecting the stuff that's grown, and some of it I will sell, and some of it I will store, and
Mm.
but it's my little hydroponic garden.
Ah. And what are you doing? Where are you taking them?
Well, some of it I will take to sell
Right.
because it's worth a lot, and some I will store,
Oh, yeah.
and but it will grow again in another 2 or 3 hours, actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it grows really fast. I have a little store space here. You can see where I put all my plants.
Sometimes Rooney doesn't look very comfortable in that, and other times he does. Like he looks like he's shoved into that cat thing.
Yeah.
I need some bigger cat beds on my table.
Oh yeah.
We don't have little cats here, do we, Didi? Not meaning they're overweight, but they're just large kind of cats, aren't they?
Well, I think
Big.
they're normal kind of cats,
I
aren't
suppose they
they?
are. Yeah, I suppose so.
I don't think cats are all that small.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nandi is pretty. He's pretty big for a cat, though, isn't he? Nandi.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Anyway, I was reading the Tasmanian instructions for COVID.
Yeah.
I sent that to you, by the way, and it's actually well planned. It's actually well planned out. It's not reckless.
Yeah.
The sort of the the restrictions and stuff, and you know what I mean, like people coming from problematic areas and stuff.
Yeah.
They still have to quarantine. They've like really thought it through, the different things to try, and so I'm kind of impressed with that. Like I was a bit worried that they just kind of went, okay, come on in, and do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
But they haven't done that. I'll send it to you again. I think I've sent it to you anyway, so you can have a look at it. But it's fairly well done, so it kind of made me feel a little bit reassured. Because here, Jenny, we've had, it's been pretty well handled, hasn't it, Dee Dee?
It has, in Tasmania particularly.
Yeah, they sort of basically, they basically sort of decided to, shut down the borders at a reasonable time. Wasn't the best. It could have been done probably earlier, but anyway, they did it, which is great because they could have messed about because we have a conservative government in at the moment, and they could have been all about the economy and f the public kind of thing. But they actually it was pretty reasonable response, wasn't it, Dee Dee? So anyway, yeah. So I'm hoping that it doesn't. It got a little bit away from us in Tasmania in the beginning because there was a hospital in the north where it seemed like it was like a bit of a hot spot. I can't remember why that was. I don't know if people weren't practicing they weren't being careful, and then it just sort of got out of control a bit, but then once they got that under control, it seemed to all settle down, and then they'd close the borders. So it's been pretty much closed for the last 4 months? Yeah, the borders. 4 months.
I think it's been closed since hasn't
been
closed
March?
since March.
Yeah, March. That's right. So it's been a while.
That's 6 months.
6 months. Yeah.
And I think the thing in the in the Northwest was that there was a hospital, a couple of hospitals that were associated, a private and a public one, and the medical staff weren't being careful or something.
Right.
And there were a number of people who were part-time who were also working in aged care homes
Right.
in the north,
Oh, yeah.
and that kind of spread things
Yeah.
around a bit, and it was quite bad. There was probably, like up till then, I think we'd had about 65 cases of about 65 cases of COVID,
Yeah.
and after that, it jumped to like 120 or something like that. There were quite
Right.
a lot
Yeah.
of cases
Yeah.
associated with that group. But basically, Tasmania shut its borders early
Yeah.
and has done really, really well
Yeah.
with its borders.
Mm.
And I just think that's so fabulous.
Yeah. Really.
I mean, I know we were urging people.
Yeah.
A lot of the medical people were urging people, state governments, to shut the borders early.
Yeah.
Like just shut them down.
Yeah.
And we wrote to all of the medical people in the opposition and the governing party, and said, look, do this, just shut it down, make sure that things that are coming in. At that point, the information was that the COVID could live on cardboard for 3 days. And we said, like, when you have things come in, let people deliver it, put it in storage for 3 days.
Yeah.
And
I don't know if
and
they
then pick
followed
it up.
that advice though, did he?
The what?
I don't think they followed. The thing that really moved them was the thing of having an Italy-style situation in Tasmania.
Oh yeah, I mean that was just insane.
Yeah, but we sent them that.
Yeah.
We sent them an article to one of the Labor people.
A couple of the articles about
state Labor, and they sort of said that helped that helped the coalition, the people here, the Liberal Party. It helped some of them push them in the direction of shutting down the borders, because it could have been a complete Italy-style thing happening in Australia.
But it's been so good in Tasmania because, like now, and for the last few months, we're virtually back to normal in terms of cafes and all that kind of stuff, and shops, because we don't really have random cases.
No.
And they've been putting people into hotels quarantine.
Yeah.
That's when they come to Tasmania, they have to go to a hotel, which is guarded.
Yeah.
For a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And they've picked up a couple of cases from that.
Yeah.
But then they can track it, they can deal with it.
Yeah.
And so for the general population, it's been kind of back to normal, except that we don't have tourists.
Yeah, we just don't have tourists.
We
but
don't
I mean,
have backpackers.
And people still try to keep, if you go to a medical clinic, they'll sort of they'll make sure people sit, a meter or whatever, a meter and a half away from each other.
They still
do all of that.
Temperature checks
and things.
Are very careful. People, like everywhere you go, whether it's the supermarket or the hardware store or anything, there's restrictions on how many people can be in the place.
Yeah.
And there's hand wash there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's hand wash and
everywhere.
Hand sanitizer everywhere, which is
and
great.
That's fabulous.
Yeah.
And we think that's probably really cut down on the flu.
Yeah. Wouldn't that? It'd be great to know actually how many cases
how it's
of flu.
affected the flu season.
Yeah. Because that. I mean, that's something we can all do from now on, is just be sort of extra specially careful. Yeah. Yeah, because, and you were asking, Jenny, how many cats do we have and what are the names? Well, we have 5, and we have one very old cat, Swifty. He's like 14 and a half.
And a lot of our cats we have adopted.
Yeah, we adopted all of them.
For instance, Swifty was a very old cat who'd been abandoned by his carer had gone into a home
Yeah.
and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so we've had him for like 2 or 3 years, and he was like, he was 11 and a half when we adopted him, and he's a bit of a special needs boy. He kind of is obsessed with food because he was very skinny when we adopted him, and I think maybe the people he lived with were all so old that they were just about to go into a home, and I think maybe they forgot to feed him because he
Yeah.
was very, very skinny, and the vet thought he had sort of cancer and stuff. Now he has an overweight problem because he's so
He's
obsessed with
obsessed
food,
with food. Yeah.
which is very sad. But
But he's not so
very
much
happy.
anymore because he's old enough. It's been a few years now.
Yeah,
And he's quieted down. He's not really so obsessed with food anymore.
no, that's true.
Um,
Yeah, but there was a
but I
point
think that's
there that
because he's
was
old.
crazy, crazy obsessed at one point, and it's funny because he can have food in his dish, but he'll actually be looking for other food. It's a weird kind of thing. But anyway, and then we've got this little guy, Aoife, who we adopted after Anjushri died, and Anjushri died about a year and a half ago.
Anjushri was a pregnant, someone who was a pregnant stray, and
Yeah.
we fostered her.
Yeah, we
and
fostered
adopted
her, but we
her
were foul
and
foster parents.
over half of her babies.
Yeah.
And
Yes. But anyway, so then we've got who else? We've got Rooney, who is
Rooney and
is a
Nandi.
little tuxedo cat who's really a special little guy. And Rooney and Nandi, we actually went to the
Or brothers.
to adopt one cat and they said, "Oh, look, this one has a brother." So, and Nandi was the brother, and oh, what a wonderful cat Nandi is. They're both great, but Nandi is like we call him
We
a
call
little
him a
love
love
lord
lord.
because
Yeah.
he's so loving, and he's just so sort of
He's just sweetness personified.
yeah, sweetness personified. He kind of looks at you and he tilts his head and he gives little yawns, and he's so communicative, isn't he? And he's sort of
Yeah.
very attached to me, isn't he, Dee?
He is.
He sort of lays
He
on my
loves you
chest before I go to
particularly.
sleep, and
Yeah.
and he'll go into
You are
Dee Dee's
literally his safe space.
it's
Yeah.
he's such a sweetie pie.
He is.
And then we have Alia, who is she's a very sweetie pie, but she's also got a big side order of gritch. I don't know
Yes.
what happened when
I
she
love
was.
her. She's
Yeah,
my darling.
we adopted her, of course. All of them are adopted, and she was. We knew that she was going to be a bit gritchy, and meaning a
Yeah.
bit snarky and stuff, but that's fine. And so she can get pretty shitty about things, but she's actually really, really sweet. Like outside, she likes us cuddling her outside, but when she's in here, I don't think she feels that comfortable with
She
being
climbs
inside.
onto your lap.
But then
Yeah,
she'll climb into my lap and
yeah.
just. But yeah, she's got a sort of
She's
like
a
I'm sure they must
sweetie.
have probably handed her into because she was a bit shitty, don't you think, Dee?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
So that's sad. But anyway, she's incredibly happy, and she's calmed down a lot since she's been here.
And she loves Aoife,
And she loves Aoife, the little young one.
the little African wildcat.
Yeah, yeah. She lets Aoife do stuff with her that she won't let anybody do. Like he'll kind of, run after her and catch her and stuff. But she wouldn't let anybody else do that. Hey, Dee.
Yeah. He's what we call little friend to all the world.
Yeah, but Aoife is also a female name, but we don't care.
No, we're not gender
No.
fixated.
And who else is there? Who have we missed, Dee?
Swifty, Rooney.
No, we've run through them all. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
think that's everybody.
they're just wonderful, and
Yeah.
life is just
Anyway,
it would
we
be
have the
unimaginable
5.
without them.
Yeah. And we've always tended to adopt troubled babies and
Yes.
babies who look like they're not going to make it through the
Yeah.
adoption process.
Yeah, because like with Anjushri, actually she developed chronic renal failure in about 2014, and we gave her these subcutaneous. It was really simple too. I think we've mentioned this before.
Subcutaneous saline.
Yeah, Hartmann's solution. We'd give her like 150 mils every other day. And it only took us about 8 minutes to do it. And she'd be, we just put the needle in her neck, back, underneath the skin.
She realized it was good for her.
Yeah, and she'd know it was good for her. And then off she'd go, and she'd be fine. And her quality of life was really great up until the last couple of weeks of her life. And that's when we, had to do what we had to do. And but we gave her 5 extra years of life, didn't we, Dee Dee? Because we basically did that subcutaneous thing every day, every other day, until for that 5 years. And it's funny because it just seemed to fly by, didn't it? It didn't seem like we were doing that for 5 years, did it?
No.
It's really weird.
Yeah.
And then when we stopped doing it, when she died, it's almost like we were never really doing it. Hey.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was similar with Sir John, who we adopted. We had some neighbors whose parent was going into a home, and Sir John was about to be sent to the RSPCA.
Yeah, which would have been a
where
death
he
sentence.
would have been just killed.
Yeah.
And he had a broken hip that had been broken for like 10 years.
Yeah. And we got it fixed.
And he had a lovely few years.
Yeah.
But he was diabetic.
Yes, he was diabetic when we got him.
Yeah.
And we only found that out like after a few months of having him, that he was diabetic. And so we started giving, Didi was the main one that gave him the insulin injections twice a day and the blood sugar levels. So we did that for how many years was that? Was it 3?
3 years. And he was gorgeous. He would just come up and kind of assume the position.
Oh, no, it was actually more than that. We adopted him when he was 12.
Yeah.
Was it 12 years old? Yeah. And he lived till he was 17, didn't he?
Yeah. It was 5 years.
5 years.
Yeah.
So Didi gave, we did we both sat down and we did the blood levels twice a day. Just prick the ear and do the, and then we did the insulin
he wasn't
injections.
A constant level of insulin, so you had to check him every time.
Yeah.
And adjust the insulin levels.
But he was as happy as a lark, wasn't he? Because he no longer had any pain in his hip, because he used to have arthritis in his hip, and then we got it fixed.
He actually jumped up on things, and it was
and
fabulous.
He had more energy, so
we think
literally
he probably had diabetes because of the fact that he was so sedentary, because his hip was broken.
Yes.
And it was just digging into his pelvis.
Yeah. And then and so he would literally come up to Didi in the morning and look for her to give him
insulin.
Yeah, look for his insulin. And he would literally park himself on the carpet waiting for her.
Yeah.
He was fantastic. It was like a spiritual teaching knowing Snossi. We used to call him Snossi.
It was.
His name was Sajan, but because he, right from the moment it was a neighbour came to us and said, we're going to take him to the RSPCA. Would you like to find a home for him?
Yeah.
And we didn't know we ended up adopting him, but so he was going to be put down for sure because he had this bad hip. He was overweight and all of that, and he was old. He was 12 years old, and so we just knew that was the end of him. So we said yes, and so we were going. Yeah, so we took him, and we were going to find a home for him via this cat sort of a cattery.
Yeah.
Because we didn't
we
think
knew
that
the
we could
people
take
and
him.
They were really friendly, and
because they were really friendly, and they would have found him probably a good home. But and we took him down. And we drove all the way down from up north and in Tasmania. We took him down into Hobart, and we put him in the he spent one night in this lovely cattery, and meanwhile we just thought, what are we doing? What are we doing? He's lovely. We should just take him. So we ended up we got him checked out and everything while we were down there with the vet and everything, and then we took him back home. It was so funny, and it was we were just so lucky. And
he was so sweet.
and he was just so, everything that happened, he just accepted whatever happened to him. Like when we thought we were leaving him at the cattery, he was walking around and cats were hissing at him, and he didn't care. He was totally,
yeah, he was chill.
just totally chill.
Yeah.
He was just so and he was just such a great teaching in a way of just accepting things as they are.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Really.
But anyway, fantastic.
Yeah.
Wonderful little guy, and he lived till he was
17.
17. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he would have been gone. Same with Andrusha. She would have only lived till she was 12 had we not done 5 years of subcutaneous fluids.
Yeah.
But I
and
tell you
she
what,
was gorgeous. I loved Andrusha.
Yeah. And I tell you what, though, if anybody ever has a cat who has chronic renal failure, the 150 Hartmann solution subcutaneous is every other day. It works really well.
Yeah.
Like we didn't have to do, there was no other drugs. We just did that for 5 years, didn't we? Every other day. There was nothing else we were doing. And she lived 5 years, and her, she had serious chronic renal failure, didn't she, when we got her?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Really, really serious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I've even made a site. I'll see if I can find that, and you can see I made a little site on instructions on how we did that. Let's see, chronic.
Is anybody still on the
Oh, see, hey,
the chat?
Sorry. Yeah,
it doesn't matter, but I mean.
Yeah, it's Ginny. I think is still there. Hold on, I'm just looking for the site. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Okay, so where are we? Here, there you go. It's called Easy Instructions on Giving Subcutaneous Fluids via burette to CRF, chronic renal failure cats. And that's our instructions. Whoops. There we go. Anyway, we might wrap it up soon, Dee Dee.
Okay.
So it's maybe we'll give it another 5 minutes or something.
Okay.
And then we might wrap it up. So there's 6 people watching. I don't know. They should come in and say hi. If anybody's watching and you want to drop in and say hi, please do. Don't be shy.
Yes.
And if you want to talk about something in particular.
Inventory management with my freighter. I'm just checking for the expeditions that I've sent out.
Right.
In exploration.
Yeah.
See, there's my ships that I've sent out.
Yeah.
And
it's really quite amazing, like the colouring. It's sort of very beautiful, isn't it? Like aesthetically.
Yeah. It is. It's beautiful aesthetically. It's incredibly complex.
Yeah.
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 And
I wonder how long it took them to get that together, to get this together.
A few years.
I bet, because you'd be really good at this, Dee Dee. You'd be really good at creating games like this.
Yeah.
Wouldn't
well,
you? Have you ever thought of doing that? Dee Dee?
Yes, I have.
Why don't you follow that up?
Maybe. That's
Well,
a whole nother thing to learn how to do, sweetie.
But that'd be good.
Yeah.
I think you'd be really good at that.
Yeah.
Dee Dee's multi-talented, but that's something I think
I've just been making some furniture
You actually
stuff.
created some little add-ons to Morrowind, didn't you?
Yeah. That was fun.
Yeah. So what are we doing here?
Okay, I'm just doing inventory management.
Right.
My fleet has just come back from their expeditions, and I'm taking their gear and storing it or selling it or doing whatever I need to do with it.
So anyway, if anybody has a cat who develops chronic renal failure, I've just dropped in the link to the video that. Whoops, I'm sorry. I'll say that again. I think I was covering my mic. If anybody has a cat with chronic renal failure and they are sort of thinking, oh no, we probably have to, euthanize the cat, which is really sad. And sometimes,
You don't.
But you don't necessarily have to do that. You can,
Yeah.
if like we honestly, Anjushri had really serious chronic renal failure, really,
She
really
did.
bad, and we literally pulled her out of a sort of a death spiral, didn't we, Didi?
Yeah.
With these subcutaneous
And
Hartmann
she lived
solutions.
happily for years.
Yeah, she lived totally happily. It wasn't some sort of sad. She had great appetite. She was active. She looked
She
really
loved
healthy.
going outside and having a lovely
Like there's
time.
some people take things to the extreme and they're, but and sort of they'll be force feeding cat, and I don't think that's a good idea
No,
at
that's
all.
not appropriate.
But
really.
she was really happy and healthy, and it was just the Hartmann solution every other day.
Yeah.
150. 150 mils was the
Yeah,
magic
150 mil.
magic amount.
Yeah.
So basically, that boiled down to almost like what you would receive if you had a cat in hospital for that. They would be receiving 100 mils a day probably. And so she was, because we were giving 150 every other day, she's basically receiving 100 mils every day, really, wasn't she?
Yeah.
So, and that worked incredibly well. So it just kept her really well hydrated, even though her, urine was actually quite diluted because her kidneys weren't filtrating greatly. But it worked great for like 5 years.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
Yeah.
Hey, Eve. Hey. Hi, Bubby.
That was lovely.
Hey. I don't know. There seems to be a lag. Ginny just made the comment, oh yes, make vegan specific game.
The what?
Ginny just made a comment which I think sounded like a lag comment. Oh yes, make vegan specific game.
Oh, yes. From when we were talking
Oh,
about
I see what you mean.
games.
Yes. If
Yeah.
Didi made the made a game. Yeah, wouldn't that be good?
Yeah.
There's
Where
6
am I
people
now?
watching, but there's only Ginny talking in the thing.
Everything is on phone.
Maybe they're only interested in watching the visuals.
Maybe. Well, I'm going to go off to a new planet.
Okay.
I'm engaging Pulse Drive, which looks like
Hi.
Star Trek.
Hi, little one. I might mash up some avocado and we can.
What?
I might mash up some avocados and we could have a little bit of
You
guacamole.
know, we have some tortilla chips, I think.
Yeah. Just if you can just keep talking for 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, this is a new solar system, so I'm going off to new games. What's the notification?
I was just looking at the notification here. It says, Al Gore presents climate crisis slideshow. And I was thinking, God, that'd be a nightmare.
Again? I mean, Al Gore's been doing climate Yeah. I can't. I'll ask her, but I can't. Let's see. How have you been doing it? Ask how she's been doing at home. Oh yeah, how have you been going in the lockdown, Ginny? You probably won't hear this for a few minutes. So, anyway, I've just landed on a new planet. Here I am. I don't know what kind of planet this is. Looks nice. Choking humidity. A lot of sentinels, which are pain in the ass. A lot of animals. And a lot of plants. Oh, look. There's little flying snake creatures. Yay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He wants to bite me. No, don't bite me. Where's my ship? I want to fly. I don't want to hurt this little guy. I'll jump up on top of my ship. Don't kill me. I'll jump inside my ship. Every so often you have hostile creatures which will try and get you. I don't like them. I don't know why they make hostile. Uh-oh. He killed me. Ah! I've been killed by the hostile creature. Yeah. Thank you. Just what I need. I better get inside my ship because somebody's coming to kill me again. He's already killed me once. I don't want him to kill me again. Okay, here you go, sweetie. Okay, I've scanned him. Okay, into the ship. Ah. No. Where's my grave? Where's my ship? There it is. Get inside. I'll take off. This is pretty. Yes, it's a very pretty little world. Aside from the hostile predator that killed me, it's a very pretty little world. It looks very kind of tropical and sweet. I'll land here and hopefully there won't be any of those guys around to kill me again. Oh my, a whole lot of knowledge stones. The knowledge stones are things that will teach you the words and the language of the dominant species. Okay, let's see. Those aren't impulse beams. They start identifying some plants. I'm basically a biologist out here, identifying new types of plants and let's see. There's a little plant. Do I know what kind of plant it is? What about that mineral? That rock? That's that rock? What about the little rocks? Okay. Oh look, there's some sort of base here. I wonder if I can make friends with that animal that tried to kill me. That did kill me, actually. Check out the rooms. Why am I having such trouble walking into this building? There we go. It's because it's all wrecked. I was okay with lockdown mostly, but I miss being able to see and hug my children. Yes, I think if we had Jenny, I think if we hadn't had the cats and each other, it would have been very difficult, the lockdown thing. I think because we tend to be fairly not relating to too many other people, it hasn't been too bad, the lockdown. Wouldn't you say, Trish?
No. Yeah.
It's put your headset on.
I'll leave this without crunching with people.
Oh, yes, you don't want to crunch at people. Okay, well, I'm just wandering around, finding new forms of life and new trees and plants and minerals and stuff like that, and investigating this new world. It's got some very high, peaky things. It's got water. Oh my. Oh, look at that guy over there. Hello, you. I'll go into the water now. Oh.
Excuse me if I'm making lots of crunchy noises.
Trishy's a cruncher. Oh, look. There's fishes. Look at these guys. Interesting guys.
When I finish this, you could turn your mic off and eat your
Okay.
thing and I'll
Yeah, that would be nice.
for a while.
Yeah. Oh, look. Crabby guys. Hello, little crabbies. I love all the little crabbies. I'm just looking at unidentified material, and I'm classifying. I'm doing my scientific research out here. Oh, look, some more different types of fishes. They look a little like seahorses. Oh, need to check my oxygen levels. Unless I've gotten killed. I'm underwater, yeah. There we go. Underwater again. The music stops as soon as you go underwater.
What's that?
The music stops as soon as you go underwater.
What's the music like with this game?
Well, it's just very electronic. You hear it? It's just sort of ambient.
Have you turned your mic off?
No.
Pardon?
No.
You should, Didi.
I should. Okay, you gonna talk?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You talk for a little bit.
Oh.
Ginny says crunchy noises are grand. Hopefully means you are enjoying it. Yes, we are. We very rarely have things like this, but we enjoy it a lot when we do.
Oh, that's better.
We get white corn tortilla chips because I've lived in New Mexico for quite a bit. I'm very fond of white corn tortillas.
Holly's back again.
Mm.
Whoops.
Jenny is the one I'm talking to.
Yeah.
I'll turn off this so I'm not crunching into the mic.
Hi, Holly. We're eating guacamole and white corn chips. Yummy, yum, yum. And it's getting up. I shouldn't eat things like this just before I go to bed, but anyway, too bad. How's your day been so far, Holly? So, it must be cooling down in New York State right now. There must be lovely colors of fall and stuff, Holly. Oh, it's raining there. Lucky. We were just saying how lovely. It's still very green here at the moment. You know, it's halfway through spring, and we've had kind of a wet, sort of a dampy spring, haven't we, Didi? Yeah. And so the grass is incredibly green in the hills, and it's lovely.
Yeah, it's been a lovely spring. I like these fish here. They're kind of sweet.
What's that?
I like the fish here. They're kind of sweet.
And Eve is doing needy paws on the table, on his little cat basket, and being very sweet. And he's just about to do his little nest, twirling around before he settles down.
Yeah.
What's that? Is that some sort of a clam?
What?
Oh, I was just wondering what that was. This is a sort of a weird little planet.
Yeah.
It's very
Kind of
pretty.
sweet little planet. Very pretty.
Wow.
Uh-oh. There's one of those guys who wants to attack me.
Imagine a planet with purple trees and... Who are those people in the sky?
What?
They look like those beings on Voyager, you know, the ones that they were, not Voyager, but those other Starfleet people were using as fuel. And they, you know,
dilithium.
which was bad. Yeah, the little, you know, those little creatures. What was?
Oh, those little creatures.
Yeah.
Yes, that's terrible.
Yep.
Mm.
Oh no, there's been a knife attack in a French city. Oh dear.
I saved this, didn't I? Yeah.
So, anything on your agenda for today, Holly? Anything?
I'll go visit a different planet.
Jenny, who is Brave Blue Raven Art and Craft, Holly, she had to, she's been in a sort of a lockdown situation in Melbourne. In Victoria, they've had lockdowns and they've only just started easing them off now.
Mm.
I don't know if Holly, if Trump gets back in again, I don't know if this situation is ever going to resolve itself in the US with the COVID, because it's just a major fail.
Well,
Hey, Didi.
yeah, particularly the problem with COVID is I think you don't actually build up a resistance
No, so they've
for
got
6
to.
months or so, but then it's gone. And so you'll get it
Yeah,
second waves.
yeah. It's just like if he's not going to, if he gets back in, which is possibly the case, even with these these polls saying Biden is, I don't believe them really, but if he gets in again, I mean, it could just go on ad infinitum, because he's not going to ever do the right thing. I mean, it's already like, you know what I mean? So I don't. Oh, Didi, you're. Oh, that's right. Your microphone isn't in front of your face.
Way.
Oh, because
My
you're crunching.
microphone's out of the way because I'm chewing.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah, they worked well, Holly. The measures in Melbourne. Well, actually, it wasn't so good in Victoria was a bit of a problem. The state of Victoria with Melbourne in it, but they finally kind of got it under control. They had a few problems, which Ginny was mentioning earlier. Probably the only state that was really having major problems, wasn't it, Didi?
Yeah.
And then, but they got it.
New South Wales had some problems because of Victoria.
Yeah. So.
Which is bordering it.
And we're not on the mainland, and we were able to.
We're on an island.
We're on an island.
Which makes us really easier to protect.
We pulled up the bridge of the moat, and
we pulled up the drawbridge, and that was it.
And that was it. And fortunately, they did that earlier on, so we've been pretty lucky here. We haven't allowed anybody onto the island for a while. It recently, though, we've been letting people in from areas that aren't badly affected. Hopefully that will be okay.
WA and Northern Territory.
Yeah. But they've got some pretty good guidelines that are quite comprehensive about who they're letting in and how, where from, what, there's sort of all these different things that, they've crossed the I's and, crossed the T's and dotted the I's on all of that.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that works out okay, because so far in the last, 6 months, it's been relatively, sane, hasn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah, it has. And we've been able to go back to our cafes and
yeah, we've been able to go to the cafe. People are still being careful and
but
and keeping distance, and there's still plenty of hand sanitizer stuff and washing of the hands and distancing at medical centres and hospitals and all of that. But basically it's been relatively civilized.
But I mean, the fact that we have contact tracing and quarantines at the border means that we're generally feeling pretty safe.
Yeah, I just hope they, continue to be cautious and stuff, and and hopefully things might be okay here. Otherwise, it could turn into a real mess, because it is an island, and there's only 500,000 people here on this island.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. She said, good measures don't let your guard down. Yeah, we were really careful in the beginning, and we continue to be careful, but I think at this present time it's relatively safe. They monitor things pretty well, don't they?
Yeah.
Dee Dee? But yes, neither of us want to contract that.
No.
Just because of age,
both
and
of us are liable to die.
yeah. And hopefully, I think that Donald Trump received from Regeneron, I think he received that in that cocktail was probably interferon alpha 2b, which is that Cuba has had for about 40 years, which they've used to great effect in China.
Yeah.
And I noticed Regeneron had was associated with interferon alpha 2b on this site, and so I think that's part of the cocktail, except that instead of saying, oh, it's Cuba's drug, yada yada yada,
it's Chinese virus, but it's not Cuba's drug.
Yeah,
no, we won't claim that.
And I don't. An amazing and just appalling thing I saw about 2 months ago, where the UK was basically claiming that they had developed this drug, interferon alpha 2b, and it was, looked very promising, and it was Cuba's drug, and here they are claiming it's theirs.
Yeah.
It was just disgusting. So anyway, so Donald Trump, I think that probably really helped Donald Trump, and I think hopefully Australia isn't as xenophobic and just trotting along behind the US with the, nothing from Cuba is, whoops, sorry little one, nothing from Cuba is, acceptable here, sort of thing. I'm hoping that, I think that drug is used around the world in other things, actually, other conditions, but it's like no one's gonna tip the hat to Cuba, sort of thing.
No,
it's sad.
Absolutely not. You can't give Cuba credit for anything.
Yeah.
After all, they're socialist.
Yeah.
They're not even socialist. They're communist.
So Jenny said, do you have to wear masks in Tassie? It's mandatory here in Melbourne.
It's not mandatory here.
No, it's not mandatory here.
I don't think, but it's commonly done.
What, wearing masks?
Well, not so much
here.
Now.
No, people weren't even. The thing is, people were actually, the infection rate was it was bad for a little while, and then it was under control, and it's been under control ever since, hasn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah, it's been under control for months and months.
Yeah, there hasn't been any new cases whatsoever for months and months and months, and so people haven't really been wearing masks during this time because there's been no recorded cases and stuff. But people have been very careful with the social
With
distancing,
hand sanitizer and
the hand
social
sanitizer, and all of that.
distancing and all that.
Keeping they've been quite good with that. And so I think, and that seems to be, because there's no recorded cases. People are still careful, but we're not wearing masks. There was a while there that when things were still looking dodgy, that I was wearing a mask.
Well, there was a time where we were wearing masks, and when we would go out, we would
we'd come
put
home.
our clothes in quarantine for 3 days. Shower and all that stuff immediately, and
and we'd put groceries aside for a while, with the cart. We did all this, sort of very like it would look very paranoid, but it wasn't.
It was just.
But then when everything settled down, we've just kind of
haven't had to worry.
We're careful, and we do the hand sanitizer all the time and keep away from people, but we don't go out that much, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have a mask collection? That's good. I've got about 3
nice
masks that are fabric
Pretty.
ones, and we've got some little things, those little filter
Filters.
paper things that you put in them. We've got a whole bunch of those. And
the N95 filters.
We kind of expect that it's going to go a bit pear-shaped at some point here, but it may not, It may not, but it may. So we're prepared for the may.
Yeah.
I expect that it's going to be problematic for at least 1.5 to 2 years, I think. It's going to go on that, for quite a while. So it's just kind of, and if hopefully people won't allow people to visit them from the US, because looks like it's not going to settle down for years.
No.
At the ridiculousness, the way that's being handled. That's the problem when you've got all these states that are almost like countries in themselves, and they all decide, well, we're not going to do this, and we're not going to do that.
And the president isn't helping.
And so it's like there's no uniformity with the way it's managed. Is it, Dee Dee?
No.
I mean, I don't know, It's out of control. Wasn't there 40,000 people diagnosed with it yesterday or something?
Yeah, something like that.
It's just out of control.
I mean, it's basically out in the community and spreading like wildfire.
Yeah.
And they have no idea.
No.
Really.
No. And, it's sad.
And that's a shame,
Yeah, it is. It's a shame. And, exactly. And Holly likes to travel. Yeah, exactly. It's like,
well, I like to travel, but there's so many places that I don't know that I would want to go to anymore.
Dee Dee. Dee Dee's having some. Dee Dee rarely drinks, but now she's decided to have 2 or 2.5 glasses of wine. So look out! I might have to pull the plug on her in a little bit.
No, it's okay.
No, it's okay. She's okay.
I'm being abstemious and drinking slowly.
And I have a little cat on my lap.
Yes.
And the little cat is Alia. And Alia is the one that we said is
she's
really
very grumpy,
really
usually,
sweet.
Except she loves to lay on your lap.
Yeah.
She's actually a sweet pea.
Yeah.
And she's gorgeous outside.
She's 6.5 or 7, 6.5, and she's
seven
lovely
now,
with a side order of Major Gritch.
Yeah.
She's always been like that ever since we got her.
Except with Aoife. She loves Aoife.
Yeah, she loves Aoife, but she'll give us a whack for no reason, won't she?
Not so much anymore. She usually needs a reason these days.
Oh, okay. What is that reason, though, Dee
I don't know.
I
She's
don't know.
hungry.
Yeah.
She's grumpy.
She'll just kind of, like she used to be really scary in the beginning. Like she'd get up on the bed and she'd stare at me, and I was thinking, Jesus Christ, she's going to whack me, and she would whack at me. Like
Yeah.
that's what she was like when we first adopted her. But now she doesn't do that. She just kind of like she hops up on the bed. She kind of her tail whacks about a bit, and then she kind of like and then she'll hop off. She's actually settled down a lot. Like she used to be really scary in the beginning, didn't she? And she's not that big. She's a black cat, and she's not that big, is she, Dee Dee?
No, she's a little
But she
bit
was scary.
small, and she's a little bit funny shaped. And
Yeah. But she gets
And
like
she's
if you
just
try
sweet.
and like. There's so many places they could sleep in the house, but you know how cats are, they just want to sleep on your chair. And like I'd get up for like
your chair has all the
10
right
I'd get up for
smells.
10 seconds, and she'd be on my chair, and like I just had to, and so I'd just gently pick her up, and she'd get really hissy, and you have to hold her a certain way so she doesn't try and whack you.
Yes.
But
It's important.
we're guessing that she was probably like that at her last place, and they just thought, no, we can't handle her, and they dropped her off at the shelter. But like
Yeah.
she's really kind of become very sweet, hasn't she?
She's a gorgeous
she's still
girl.
grumpy, but
I've always loved her.
yeah, she's still grumpy, but she's so sweet too. Like, and she loves rolling in the dirt.
She does.
She loves going outside and rolling in the dirt. She just rolls and rolls and gets all really, really
We call her
dusty.
the Dust Devil.
Yeah, and we also call her Little Nook because she
From Spyro. The
yeah,
dragon
from that game Spyro, where there was a little character in there that wore a blue hood and used to just run around, and it was always just a step ahead of Spyro and made a little noise. Yeah. And she's just so much like that little character in some ways, and so she's got the nickname Nook. Oh, unapologetic vegan. Hello. What was that? I built Oz in Minecraft. What is I built
Minecraft?
Oz
Oh,
in
yeah.
Minecraft?
Well, Minecraft is a game where you can build.
Oh,
I don't know how you can build Oz in it. Yeah, you mean the city in terms of the Baum Wizard of Oz thing?
huh.
Built the Emerald City, or did you build Australia? Or
Huh. Jennifer. So, unapologetic vegan, your name's Jennifer, isn't it? So, just in case people don't know who, if people don't know unapologetic vegan, her name is Jennifer. And, let's see. So, what we do? I was just prattling on, really. But yeah, we were just talking about Alia, one of our little adopted cats, and how she's a special case when it comes to temperament. Hey, little one. And Jennifer loves No Man's Sky too. So
Oh, yeah.
you played that. What is this, Dee Dee? What's
I'm in a terminal,
right?
and I've just opened a thing, and I'm obviously done the wrong thing. I'm gonna have to reset it.
What time is it there, Ginny? Oh. Well, it's actually here in Tasmania, which is the same time in Victoria. It's almost 20 to midnight.
Yeah, Anyway, yeah, I
20
love
to
No Man's
midnight
Sky.
on a Thursday.
I love No Man's Sky because it's very undemanding and it's gorgeous and you don't have to kill people
Yeah.
and it's just wonderful in all those ways.
Yeah.
And you can be nice to the animals and feed them
Yes.
and just look at them and they're gorgeous.
Yeah.
They're very pretty. I love diversity.
Yeah. What's
Um,
happening? Are we loading up here, Didi?
I'm reloading
Oh, okay.
because I kind of stuffed it up
Oh, okay.
somehow.
So you got all your inventory back?
Yeah, I did that
Oh, okay.
ages ago. I started again. I kind of skipped a few things, but
So Jennifer says, with different packs, there's an emerald for the city. Does that make... Do you...
the what?
Jennifer says, with different packs, there's an emerald for the city.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So it's mine is 57.6 degrees. I hope you have...
What?
It says here, the temperature there in where you are is minus 57.6 degrees
This
Celsius.
is 19 degrees C.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's, on my thing it says minus... Oh.
Uh-oh. I've got sentinels coming in. Oh, no.
Who are they?
They're evil little machines that will try and get you.
Oh, okay. Where are you, Jennifer? Like, are you in Australia? I forget if you mentioned that.
Hard to know.
No, that wouldn't be. You wouldn't be in Australia if you're asking Ginny what time it is. Oh. Wow. The graphics on this are really nice, aren't they?
Yeah.
My graphics on my PC aren't as clear as the ones on the TV. Why would that be?
I don't know.
Oh, Nee the Wonder Cat. Hello. Nee, do you have like a first name you could share with me? I like it if
Or
possible,
Nee
if
is
you don't
alright.
mind.
Nee
Just
is
so that
alright
I
if you need
can
to.
call you by your first name in the future. Only if you feel like it.
Oh, look. Look at the big creatures here.
Have I?
And the little creatures. Look at all the animals, sweetie. I've got
Jan,
animals
okay,
everywhere.
so...
I'm
Oh,
gonna feed
okay.
some.
So, Jan is, Nee the Wonder Cat. Okay. That's good. Is that, Nee, is that anything to do with the Knights of Nee from the, Monty Python, Jan? Or Nini, I guess not.
Am I out of creature pellets? I must be.
Oh, what's happening?
Well, I want to feed the little guys.
So Jennifer's
you?
from Nebraska. Yeah, I love Monty Python too. Yeah.
Oh, storm coming.
Oh, shit. Yeah, the Knights of Nee. Hi. Hi, Eve. Wow, this is a really busy place with lots of
Lots of animals.
animals, yeah.
Certainly.
Wow, it's early in the morning, Jennifer. 7:42 a.m. Wow. It's funny when I wake up in the morning that a lot of the people a lot of the channels that I'm interested in, their live streams, they're all sort of happening fairly early, like 6 a.m. and 7 and stuff, and oftentimes I'm not quite ready for that at that time of the morning. It's too bad. Everything sort of, a lot of those things also happen when I'm sort of asleep or... let's see. Let's see what 45 is up to. I won't tell you if it's... He's been tweeting some awful, stupid stuff, more so than usual.
I'm going to have to reload this. And
oh, yeah?
Yeah, I just did the wrong thing again. Obviously, I'm supposed to report it to the Viking people. So where did you talk to Jennifer, Ginny? So Holly said, no need to delve into the Twitter cesspool. yeah, really. Oh yes, the Twitter. Twitter is definitely
every day
a
now.
cesspool.
I
hate it.
Just to see what.
I won't do it.
Yeah.
I won't do Facebook and I won't do Twitter. Absolutely not. Neither of them are worth.
I just want to see how unhinged it gets before the election.
Yes, Trish likes to look at Donald
No, I don't.
Trump
I have
stuff.
to look at it. I want to look at it so I know what I'm talking.
Yes.
I've got an
you
idea.
don't want to. You have to.
Yeah.
You can't look away.
No.
It's just disgusting, and so yeah, there. Where's the door?
Didi. No, I have to kind of check it out if I want to know what they're up to, so I can talk about it.
It's true.
But it's but he gets more and more ridiculous as the days go by. They're all ridiculous, really. So yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
So this is loading, is it?
Well, I'm trying. They just delivered an electric shock to me, so that's not the right answer.
I tell you what, I could really do with a piece of chocolate cake now. Isn't that sad? I'm trying to be good because we had a bit of a vegan chocolate cake fest over the half of winter.
The vegan chocolate cake fest.
Yeah, and I couldn't stop making chocolate cake. We'd run out of it, and then I'd make some more. And then I made some for the people down the road, these two sweet young people down the road. And anyway, but we haven't had any for a while. And maybe I might have to make some if it all goes well before the election anyway. Make some. Hey Holly, I have to have an operation on my wrist again to have a metal plate removed. I had a metal plate put into my wrist in the beginning of the year when I injured my hand when I just did something really stupid and benign. And And anyway, they said that there's a screw in the plate that's possibly interfering with the movement of my hand, and so they said, I think we should take it out. So I have to have an operation on it in about less than a week, which is actually it's a week, a bit over a week, which is a bit of a bugger. Anyway, it'll be good to have it out if it's going to help me have better range of movement in my hand. Yes, less metal. Yes, it's good. I'm not fond of having metal in my body anyway, so...
No, it's not a good thing.
No. But the unfortunate thing is, I'm not sure why, but it might be the fact that the GP today said that maybe the screw or whatever might be making, because of is reducing some of the range, and therefore is negatively affecting the tendons in my fingers, because my fingers kind of feel a little bit stiff in my left hand, which is weird because I've had a broken arm before and I've never been affected. My fingers have never been affected, so I'm not sure what that's about. Anyway, we'll see. But I just, it's just a bit of a bummer to have it done again. But anyway, if it gives me more range and movement, that'll be good. Once I had an IVC filter removed, it was a relief. What's an IVC filter? IVC filter. Is that something to do with the heart? Deep vein thrombosis. Oh, okay. Anyway, well, that's good. That's good if you had that removed and you felt better. Very good. Also remove shoulder plate. Prevent clotting, yeah. Wow. Has all that clotting issue resolved? Or is that something you sort of have to deal with?
Baking makes me fat.
What?
Unapologetic vegan says baking makes me fat. I enjoyed baking, but
I
yes.
love baking too, but yeah, baking makes...
We tend to eat a lot of bread that way.
Yeah. We managed to...
I went into a whole baking thing for a little while.
Yeah.
Where I was making pies and pizza dough.
Yeah, I went into a baking frenzy during this COVID thing, and I was making all sorts of things, wasn't I, Didi? But we actually didn't... I probably put on about... I think I put on a couple of kilos over this winter.
I don't think we did much worse than normal winter, sort of.
Yeah, maybe.
Packing it on.
I think, yeah.
A little bit, maybe, but not much.
Yeah, I was sort of finding all these different things. It was kind of a little bit crazy. Wow. This is a red planet?
Yes, it's a very red planet.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, good. So, Holly, is it permanently resolved? Was that just like a temporary clotting issue that you had? Because that's pretty dangerous. And you're not that old, really. You're like your late 20s, aren't you? Oh, wow. We've been doing this for 3 hours. That's funny. I think this is our longest stream yet, Didi.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Nah.
Oh, no, we did a 4-hour one, didn't we, one time?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's 8 people watching, so there's 2 people that are lurking somewhere. Oh, are you? Are you 65? I thought you said you. I thought you were younger than that.
Oh
Okay.
my.
Oh, you're actually older than I am.
Oh my.
Oh my! I thought
She's
I
not
was
older than I am, though.
You know, you're not older than Dee Dee.
I'm ancient.
No, you're not that ancient.
No.
Dee Dee looks much younger than I think than she actually is, and she behaves in a youthful
I behave
way.
very much younger than I actually am. Yes. I
And little
behave like
girls,
a child.
little girl looks like she's trying to make some sort of a point to me here. You type young. Aha, good one. Oh, you're semi-lurking, Jan. Okay, that's fine. Semi-lurking is fine. If anybody wants to, tell us what they've been up to today, or
Yeah.
anything you want to talk about, just go right ahead. I'm just crapping on and as I do in these things. So yeah, what kind of things were we making? There was Turkish things, and it was good actually. A bunch of different things.
What was that?
The things that we were making during when the COVID thing first took off.
Oh, well, some of our North African little dinners, and I think we also did pizza dough, and we did.
Yeah.
I remember those mushroom and rosemary pies.
Yeah.
They were lovely.
Yeah, and the spinach, that Turkish spinach thing that I made. I forget what it's called. Yeah. Anyway, it was fun.
Yeah. We made some nice things.
So are you laying in bed, Jan, and listening? Yeah. But anyway, if anybody wants a recipe for a lovely vegan chocolate cake, I have a good one. I sort of honed.
A fabulous one.
I kind of
it's the best chocolate cake I've ever had.
I kind of worked it out.
Seriously.
It out how to do a really
none.
good one. It really is quite yummy.
Yeah. Although I have to say that chocolate ice cream I made was pretty fucking.
Yeah, that was good.
Pretty fabulous.
I said to Didi, you should never make that chocolate ice cream again.
No, I made
because it was great.
And we decided we would never make it again.
Yeah.
Or else we would turn into rowdy polies.
And now down at the supermarket, they have all these kind of vegan ice creams and stuff. But actually the ones, like Magnum. I don't know if you have that in the US, but Magnum and Cornettos and things like that. And when we discovered that, we had a bit of a snork fest, didn't we, Didi?
We did.
On those. And then we stopped.
Bad.
It was bad. It was like, because, obviously they haven't got those kind of things in a vegan form. And so for the last 15 years, that was completely... Not that I was really that big on eating...
Not that we were desperate or anything like that.
But I didn't really eat them really much when I wasn't vegan, really. The actual like Magnums and things like that. I wasn't really into it, but it was great when we discovered that. We had a bit of a snork fest, and then we stopped.
Yeah, then we stopped. Thank goodness.
Yeah. Oh, okay, Jan. Well, maybe I'll put it in the comment section of this video. And if it doesn't work out, don't I didn't give it to you.
What's that?
The chocolate cake.
The chocolate cake.
No, but
recipe.
I think it'll be fine. I'll put it in.
I have to say my bread recipe is pretty crash hot.
Yeah, Dee Dee's got a good bread recipe now. Yeah. She worked on that, and it's a sourdough thing.
Yeah. Sourdough rye.
Sourdough rye. Okay, well, tomorrow I'll put it in the comments section, and you can and you'll be able to find it there. Anyway, it's pretty good. It works out really nicely. The people down the road like it.
They do. The musicians down the road.
Yeah, the musicians down the road. Somebody's one of their birthdays coming up, so I'm going to make him a birthday cake. I didn't know you were 60. You sounded very mature, and I thought, wow, there's a very mature, when I say mature, sort of very sensible kind of been around, like I thought you were about in your late 30s, and I was thinking, wow, you're very together for a 30-year-old.
And no, you're very together because you're one of us.
Not
one of
meaning,
the oldies.
Not meaning to sound ageist or anything, but
You're somewhere between Trish and I.
Yeah.
Age.
I just turned 60 about 5 days ago. 6 days ago. What happened?
I died.
Oh no, how'd that happen?
The sentinels killed me.
Oh no. Is that because we're talking too much?
I don't know, probably.
Actually, it's more than 6 days ago now. What am I saying? About 2 weeks ago.
Where's my grave?
So Jennifer says she's very untogether at 41. Holly says she'll take that as a compliment. And Jan says, I'd love neighbours like you. I think you would. Yeah, we like to try and, without being creepy and stalky, we try and make, sort of be really, be friendly with neighbours and kind of, if they've got any sort of, if they need some help with stuff or, during the fires and stuff, we were all keeping in touch with each other, and because it's nice to have some sort of real-time community.
We have a really good neighbour who's vegetarian next door.
Yeah. We tried to get him to come over to the vegan side, but that didn't work, did he? But yeah, we got a really nice neighbour, and these young people down the road. It's nice to actually know some young people.
Yes, when you're old, it's nice to know a few young people.
They're really nice, and yeah, our street's pretty nice. Hey, it's pretty nice. People are friendly, and so we try and kind of foster that sort of friendliness, but not not being invasive, or we don't drop in on anybody or anything, but we just
No.
and that's nice. Haha. Start a vegan community. Yeah. Oh, you're vegan too, Jan. Wowza.
Oh, yay.
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 It's funny. I was just saying to Dee Dee a few weeks ago, every time I do a straight up vegan video, I lose 2 or 3 subscribers, but lately that hasn't seemed to have happened. And if somebody drops off, or maybe 1 or 2 drop off because of it, I get 3 that join. But it's funny, it's like sometimes people just can't, I don't know, they can deal with all the leftist stuff, but they just can't handle a vegan thing. But anyway, I'm just about to put out another vegan one, so I expect that there might be a drop.
There hasn't been in the last few times.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah. So you're actually digging some sort of a tunnel here?
Yes. I'm trying to get to this thing.
It's cold enough here, I'm having to wear quite a thick coat.
Yeah.
And it's actually the middle of spring.
Well, it's actually late spring,
Yeah, it is. It's late spring. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I don't have any chromatic metal.
What is the temperature right now? Let's see. Oh, it's 11.1 degrees. Feels like 11.2 degrees Celsius. Oh well. That's not that cold, really.
No, not that cold.
No. We don't know what cold is here, do we,
No.
Dee Dee?
Well, not really.
Not really.
I mean, we're wusses as far as, Canada,
Yeah.
Calgary or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes me sad when people leave, Jennifer, because of that, because I sort of hope that even if they, if they don't like it, maybe just skip that video, but stick around.
Yeah.
Or just kind of, just kind of go, oh, here she, they can always go, well, here she goes again, but I can handle it. I'll just let her go on like that for a video, and then it's a pity when people just kind of dump it because, you're just doing straight up stuff. Wow, that was a heavy landing, Dee Dee.
What was that?
The way that spacecraft landed.
Oh, yeah.
Calgary. Is that where you're from, Jan? Calgary? Yeah, I remember when I spent a short time in Toronto.
Cold, though.
And Toronto. Like I remember getting out. I went from Australian summer to Toronto. And I remember getting out of the car. It was like getting out into a freezing fridge, like a freezer.
Yeah.
Dee Dee.
I was a security guard in Toronto.
Oh, wow. Gee, that would have been cold at night.
Yeah.
Wowza.
It was freezing.
Oh, so you're actually from Calgary. Oh. So Jan's from Calgary, darling.
Oh, yeah.
Wowza.
Yeah,
see, we're kind of little, snow, like, for want of a better word, snowflakes when it comes to the cold.
Well, I'm less of a snowflake than you are.
Yeah, you're less of a snowflake.
I've lived in those places.
Yeah, in Calgary.
Well, not in Calgary. I've gone through Calgary.
Right.
But I've lived in Toronto.
Oh, yeah. I remember getting the shock of my life when I went from an Australian summer to Himachal Pradesh up in, sort of the foothills of the Himalayas, and oh God, that was a bit of a shock.
Yes, the foothills of the Himalayas are definitely a bit of a shock.
Yeah. There's a Jen, a Ginny, and a Jennifer here. Oh, I thought Nee the Wonder Cat was Jan. Did I miss that, or was it Jen? I think it was Jan. Anyway, but yeah, that's funny. 3 J's. Huh. 2 J's and a G. So Holly, how are you all feeling about the about things lately? About how things are in your home state and stuff?
About the insanity of the American situation.
Yeah. Hello, little one. Scary, yeah. 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 I think, I think this is, I don't know. It's just one of those things, isn't it? Are you able to, Holly, are you able to sort of leave the United States, maybe go to Costa Rica or something like that? Are you able to do that? Whoops. Oh no, Jennifer's got a little kitty losing her battle with cancer.
Oh
I'm
no.
sorry about that, Jennifer. Is she on any of those, some people give their cats, that CBD stuff for, pain or something. I don't know. We can't really get CBD oil here and stuff for anything. They're just so backward.
It is.
I don't know. Does Costa Rica still accept U.S. passports, Didi? I don't know about that. Maybe that's the case. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, that's really. She is, but it's mouth cancer, so oral meds are hard. Oh, and is there any sort of CBD patch you can put on her, like, some sort of a transdermal patch that you can put on? Oral cancer, yeah. That's bad. Poor little one. How old is the kitty, Jennifer? I was born to run. Anyway.
It's so sad when little catties have a problem.
Yeah, really is. Yeah.
They're such stoic little ones.
They have such short lives, really.
Yeah.
Possibly have to shave her a bit. She's a 2004 model, been with me for 16 years. Oh, wow. 16, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot, yeah. Poor little one. I wish I was as brave and as stoic as little cats are.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're so good at being in the now and accepting things as they are and stuff, and that's something. Echo. Her name is Echo. Excuse me. So, let's see. If there's 4 people talking in the thing plus us, that's 6. There's 3 people that aren't that are lurking.
3 lurkers.
So anyway, I send my best wishes to Echo and hope that she's comfortable and has a good quality of life till a time when she doesn't anyway. So it's so hard when they get to that age and everything.
It is.
I was amazed that snippet of that Chris Hedges thing from about 4 videos ago. It was only 8 minutes, and I wanted to share it because I just thought it was a really good insight. And it's got like 12,000 views. It was amazing, like 8 minutes.
Yeah.
And yeah, which is great because that means that YouTube algorithms aren't. I would have thought they would have really clamped down on anything Chris Hedges, but obviously he's a bit of a money spinner for them. They think, or
Yeah.
something. I mean, I never monetize anybody that isn't. I don't monetize that Chris Hedges or anything, but obviously they like him on YouTube. The YouTube algorithms. Hey, Didi.
Yeah, obviously.
Mm. Yeah, birds have short lives. Yeah.
What does?
Birds.
Birds, they certainly do. Well, some of them do.
How?
Parrots live long.
Yeah, cockatoos live like 100 years. That's why I'm always shocked when when anybody puts birds in cages, but when people sort of make cockatoos a pet in quotes, I just think, God, how insane is that? They'll outlive that person, and it's just wrong.
Yeah.
The whole thing's wrong, really.
The
Anyway,
whole thing
but
is wrong.
how long do little superb wrens live for, Didi?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look that up.
Maybe 2 or 3 years?
I think longer than that.
Mm.
3 years, 4 years, maybe 5.
Oh, yeah. A parakeet. Holly had a parakeet named Seven when she was growing up. So, Holly, I hope you have good health insurance while while things are like they are.
Mm.
Oh, good. I'm glad. I'm glad you have good health insurance.
Yeah. Poor birds.
Yeah.
Little dinosaurs. Is that why you like birds, Trishy?
Because they're little dinosaurs.
Yeah.
No.
Well, you're very fond of dinosaurs, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. Oh wow, now it's like 13,000 views. It's crazy. It's gone like a little portal to somewhere where everybody sees it.
What?
That Chris Hedges video, it's like 13,115 views and 609 likes, and I just think the algorithms are obviously letting that just go rampant, really.
Mm.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. 5 to 6 years of superb wren. Did he?
Oh, yeah. I thought they were like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, you sure do need Medicare for all, for sure. 7 was amusing. Did that have anything to do with Voyager, Holly? Oh, that was when you were young, so that was before Voyager and 7 of 9. So, where are we now, Dee Dee?
What?
Where are we now?
Well, we're in a
Does
place.
this planet have a name?
Yes. All planets have a name.
Yeah, I like ravens too, Ginny. And you know what's one of the great things about ravens is that I've noticed is that they just keep right away from people. They're smart enough to know humans are, I think, problematic. And they just keep right away, don't they, Dee Dee?
Yes.
Ravens.
Yes.
Ravens and, yeah. But they're very beautiful looking birds, ravens.
They are. I really like ravens.
I really like currawongs too. They're amazing. They're kind of big birds, and I love the sounds they make. They make amazing sounds. Yeah, the crows are really smart. Yep, they sure are. They can actually recognize a person, like an individual human, and if they know they're problematic, like they can
stay away from them.
Yeah, they can recognize people's faces and stuff. Oh yeah, the raven. Who wrote that? That was some sort of... Was that a Poe thing? I don't know. You know who's a really excellent poet that folks might enjoy? Henry Dumas. He was killed in this black poet, and I think he was in his 30s. He was killed in a sort of a subway station by the police or something. I think it was by the police. I'm not sure. But he's a really I love his poetry. Do you like him, Dee Dee?
Who's that?
Henry Dumas.
Oh yeah.
You remember Henry Dumas?
Yeah.
That's good. Eternity is a long time, especially towards the end. Did he?
What?
Eternity is a long time, especially towards the end.
Eternity is what?
The quote by Stephen Hawking in that thing on the screen.
It
said eternity is a long time, especially towards the end.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't realize this about Stephen Hawking, but he was a real lefty. I didn't know that until after he died. He was a real lefty. I knew that he was in a march for Palestinians in, I think it was in the 60s, wasn't it, with Vanessa Redgrave and Tariq Ali. But I didn't know he was still, I didn't know that he was all along a lefty, and that just shows how the corporate media just, keep that all quiet. Hey, Dee Dee, can you hear me? Can you hear what I'm saying? Can you hear what I'm saying? Probably not, because you got your things. You're not. Can you hear what I'm saying? Oh, okay. Don't worry. It's okay. No, it's okay.
I heard what you're saying.
Dee Dee, you might want to not put that over your ears, though. Move it away. Yeah. Yeah. So Ginny said, yes, ravens are very intelligent. I have a family living near me. One lands on my fence and watches me in the garden. She gets very close to me. It's wonderful. Oh, that's great. That's great.
Yeah, really. It's special.
Yeah. Well, you're very lucky because, I don't think they
friendly to
don't.
many people.
No, they keep away from humans, which I'm glad they do.
They're smart.
That's the smart thing to do.
You can tell they're intelligent because they keep away from people.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah. I'd keep away from humans if I could. Is that bad? Dee Dee?
What? Yes, it is. It's,
Humans can be a bit exhausting in real life. I've noticed that if people can find a way to have a problem with you, they'll find it, even if you're absolutely not
interested.
Well, you're not trying. Your
If you're not interested
your
in
microphone.
the problem, it doesn't matter.
Did he? Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, it's like for some reason, I don't know, a lot of people just seem to want to have problems with people. I don't understand that. Yeah. Yeah, we've had some problems with people that I just can't even grasp how they could have ended up making a problem out of something. It's sort of like just unbelievable, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And it just seems to have gotten worse though. Like it didn't seem to be that way like about, I don't know, 15 years ago or something,
No.
but it just seems like people have become, I don't know,
problematic.
well, I don't know what it is. It's sort of I don't know, maybe people are just too stressed out and they just sort of lash out or something. It's strange. What's that?
That's part of what problematic is.
Yeah.
People are too stressed out.
Yeah. And I don't even understand like some of the wackadoo behavior that's going on with the, the whole anti-masking thing and also just like, like looking at sort of Trump supporters and how kind of unhinged some of them are. Yeah. Or even over here in Australia, there's people that are behaving like that too. Yeah. And we never used to have people behaving like that, did we?
No.
That sort of unhinged, kind of illogical, sort of arrogant, anti-rational. Like we just didn't have, like, it seems to have been, it's like a recent phenomena, like in the last, even just in the last, say, 10 years, don't you think?
Yeah, you'd think anti-rational would be something that would be, kind of seen negatively.
Say that again, Didi?
You would imagine that anti-rational would be seen as something that was a bit negative.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it really saddens me when I see Australians kind of, like that woman that was in Bunnings or somewhere and was sort of like yelling at the people serving and refusing to wear a mask and people fighting over toilet paper in the supermarket.
Yeah.
And I think, oh my God,
just like insane.
Are we getting more stupid as time goes by? Is that what the problem is? Like, it's sort of like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just sort of wonder, is that what's going on? Because I just can't believe some of the behavior.
Yeah.
And it just seems like people don't seem to... Rooney's getting right in my face. Look, Didi.
What?
Rooney's getting right in my face.
Oh, my.
Yes.
He really is getting right in your face.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a strange thing. Hop up, Rooney. Come, sweetie. There we go. Yeah, tensions are really high in the States, Jennifer was saying.
Well, yes, they're kind of insane.
Yeah, and Holly said, agree, Trish, everyone on edge. And Jan says, rule of thumb here is don't engage with most humans. Ginny says, book, it's not bad for an introvert. Oh, somebody called Deckle Bulb. I'm not lurking now. I've had to go on my phone to connect to chat. Oh, hi, Deckle Bulb. Feel free to share your first name so that I can call you by your first name, but if you don't want to, that's fine. Anyway, welcome.
Yeah.
Dee Dee's just playing.
We're just cruising around through the universe.
Yes.
Or the multiverse.
So Deckle Bulb says, here's another, another J here. My Mrs. is Jessica, and LOL, I thought it's funny I'm Kenny. So we got Jen, Jenny, and Kenny. That's hilarious. Jen, Jenny, and Kenny, I like that.
Yeah.
I don't know my, hey, you too. Does anybody have trouble with their keyboard, like crapping up after a while? I seem to sort of have trouble with keyboards, like I don't know if it's the way I'm using it. Come on, sweetie. Alia's getting annoyed with Rooney because Rooney's alive. So, let's see. Ouch. What was I going to say? Oh, Kenny, I was just wondering where, if you don't mind me asking, where are you, what, are you in the US or are you somewhere else? And if you're in the US, what part of the US, what state, if you don't mind my asking? Hey, Eve. Hello, sweet guy. Hello, little one. Yeah, hello. Oh, the UK. Oh, okay. Oh, well, good. You're being spared in some ways the
insanity of the United States.
Yeah, the insanity of the United States. At the moment, in particular. If you don't mind my asking, what part of the UK? Just because we like.
Because here in Australia, we know things like that.
Yeah. Anyway, don't worry if you don't feel like telling.
We still have some concept of geography.
Yes, yes. What was I talking about before? What was I talking about before?
I have no idea what you were talking about before. You talk about many things.
Preston Northwest. Oh, I'll have to look that up. Let's see. Preston Northwest. Oh, that's in Victoria. Yeah. Let me see. The city of Preston, Lancashire. 27 miles northwest of Manchester. 26 miles east of Liverpool and 15 miles east of the coastal town of Blackpool.
Why am I So.
So, let's see. Are your gaming live streams weekly? Oh, no. Well, Jan,
They're very intermittent.
yeah, at the present time, I haven't had the brain space to. Every time we've sort of sat down and thought, oh, let's sit down, because Dee Dee's the one that actually does all the work. I just sit here and prattle on. Anyway, yeah, we haven't done one for like 5 weeks, and I think just all this stuff with the election just takes up my headspace. But anyway, but yes, it was going to be weekly on Saturday nights
Once
at
upon a
8:30 Eastern Standard Time here in Australia. Is
Yeah.
that right?
Yeah.
But we haven't done that. But maybe maybe we'll
might.
try and do a 2 weekly thing, or I don't know. See if,
Especially since we found a game that's not involved in killing a lot
yes,
of things.
yes,
And it's pretty.
yeah. It's
A lot of
pretty.
it is
It's
pretty.
kind of relaxing to watch in this game, and you're not kind of killing anybody. And and so yeah, so maybe it'll be like second weekly. We'll try and do one in another couple of weeks. And I was just looking at Preston North West in the UK, and that kind of looks nice with the river or whatever that is, and some of the old buildings. Kenny, looks nice. Yeah, some lovely old buildings in Preston North. Lovely. God, there's some beautiful places on the planet, aren't there? Miller Park. Miller Park is very pretty. What's that? The Shrine Church in Wahlbergs. In a few years, when COVID settles down, if it ever does, we might go to Scotland and Wales and Ireland, because I've never been to Scotland. I've been to the UK, but I never got to Scotland, and I have all this ancestry.
And so do I.
So, let's see. Touche Didi. Ginny says, I once had an American tell me that Australia is close in distance to the UK. I remember this guy when I was on this bus from LA to somewhere in 1983, and this guy said to me on the bus, do you have washing machines in Australia? That was funny.
Yes.
He was serious too. Let's see. So,
Well, you never know.
yeah. And Kenny says, the vegan thing, I just found out recently. I was born a vegan. I have all sorts of dietary problems. Some people like me just can't have a meat-filled dairy diet. It's hard, but it's my life. On the vegan thing, I mean, not him. Yeah, it's very country-like. So Preston North is very country-like. Yeah, we live in rurally, and yeah, but it looks nice there. That looks kind of a bit civilized, Kenny. That's what I think now. It's like we are out on this whey and gluten diet. Typing with big fingers is hard. I apologize. No worries. Yeah, on those little tiny keyboards, even my fingers, which are kind of smallish, I still have trouble.
Little hands.
Little hands. And
sweet little hands.
I think it's GMO, not gluten, but yeah, I think Jennifer. I think it's possibly. I know that in the United States they drench the wheat with glyphosate, and just before they harvest it, because I think it makes it. What was the story with that? But just before they harvest it, they drench it with glyphosate in the United States.
Yeah.
Are you getting tired, Dee Dee?
No, but I'm gonna have to go off.
Okay. Yeah. So let's see. What was that? Where was I up to? Yeah, so I think they drench it in this glyphosate, and I think that has a really, I think that's possibly what might be the problem, and it's sort of just a big dose of that, because it's just weird that people have developed all this gluten, intolerance and stuff in recent times. Yeah. Let's see. Some of my family are from the Shetland Islands. That's Jan. And I like these chats. Yeah, I like them too, Jenny. Do you call yourself Jennifer or Jen? Let's see. Jen says the music in the game is nice too. I can't hear any music. Hey, that's weird. Oh, I know. Is that a separate keyboard? Yeah, it's two separate, we're playing on two separate things. Yeah, it's nice just hanging out. That's why we decided to do it, because, it's just nice to sort of connect with people instead of it just being these usernames with the occasional comments. And I mean, we're all just people on the planet trying to make the best of things, and in the end, and as it's nice to be able to connect with people on a more kind of just a chatty conversational level and get to know one another. That's really nice. We don't get to meet up with humans very much where we are. And so half of, probably like 60% of my interaction with any sort of with humans is basically online, really. And sometimes it's more than that, like during this COVID thing. So that's really nice. Hi, a concerned world citizen. Thanks for dropping by. if you feel like, letting us know what your first name is, we're gradually getting to know people's first names and stuff. Feel free to say, but don't worry if you don't feel like it. Oh wow, your spaceship seems to be heading towards a planet, Dee Dee. I think your spaceship is. I felt like I was in a bus that was about to crash and I couldn't do anything. Anyway, it just suddenly stopped, but it looked like it was heading at some warp speed toward that, whatever that is. Hey? Oh, okay. It was traveling at a crazy pace there for a moment. Oh, okay. I'm an introvert too, Jan. Jan says, introvert here, that sounds divine, Trish. Yeah, I'm an introvert too. Like, I don't really enjoy, and I think Dee Dee is too. I don't really, I'm not very good at small talk, although you wouldn't know that for me
We're
just
all introverts
rattling
around
on here. But I find, talking to people in real time about like small talk, I find that excruciating. and the fact that so many people here anyway don't seem to have any idea about like how propagandized they are by the corporate media and stuff. It's impossible to have any sort of any kind of discussion about anything political, really, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
Without them defaulting to, Putin is taking over everything,
or China is awful.
or China is awful. It's just really sad. So it's very isolating politically. In Australia, I find, I just find people absolutely don't have a clue, and it's not surprising because Murdoch Press owns most of the press here, 70%, and and we don't have any real fourth estate to speak of here at all. There isn't anything really, is there, Dee Dee?
No.
That it has any sort of reach of any kind, any real reach. So yeah, it's not great. So I don't even try to have conversations with people about anything political, because they just think you're a tinfoil hat wearer, even though you're just talking about what's actually factual. But people think you're a tinfoil hatter, or you're some kind of Putin puppet, or who the hell knows, really. It's just dreadful, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's just one more thing that makes you sort of like, between being a lefty and a vegan and all this kind of stuff. You don't get invited to dinner parties too much.
Not that we got
anyway,
invited to many dinner parties before.
Yeah. So let's see. Oh, hi, John. So a concerned world citizen's name is John, and John's an undergraduate in political science, James Cook University. Oh, that's great, John. So let's see. Political science. What's that like at that university? Are you enjoying it? The political science? My keyboard. Oh, that's what I was asking people. Does anybody find their keyboard craps up? Sort of after, say, 7 or 8 months, because mine seems to. Yeah, die frequently. I don't think I'm that rough with it. Really? Do you? Dee Dee? I don't think I am. No. let's see. Jan says, mention you're vegan. It's like you've said. Jan, Jan said, mention you're vegan. It's like you've said you have the plague. Yeah, sometimes it's like that. Yeah, it's like, well, people are sort of like, you just don't get invited to things. It's like, you know, I'm sorry to say that. Sometimes you do, but, like I'm sure we've missed out on dinner parties and stuff because people don't. Not that you don't even have to mention that you're vegan. People just kind of like, just they don't want the discomfort of knowing there's a vegan at the table. Basically, yeah. It's sad, but anyway. Because I would never, I'm not into, shaming people or making them feel uncomfortable. I don't try and have vegan conversations with people when they're eating animal products, and I don't even try and do that unless I sort of see there's some kind of opening where I think it would be okay and it wouldn't be kind of too jolting or anything, But anyway, it's just sort of people, I don't know, but. Yeah, it's funny. Let's see now. Uh, who and Jennifer said, "Who was the Jen question for? Call me whatever. I'll be Jennifer to cut the confusion." Okay. A concern. John said it's a real eye opener. Gives you a whole new perspective on everything that's going on these days, that's for sure. So does it actually, I mean, I really like this No Man Sky game, yeah. So John, is it actually sort of like real information, like, your course, or is it sort of like sort of softened down, like do they actually critique, is there actually a good critique of the US's foreign policy and stuff, do you think? I don't know if you follow, how much you follow leftist journalists to sort of be able to compare. I guess if you're here, I don't know, are you a subscriber to this channel? But anyway, I'd just be interested to see how, if it's sort of soft on critiquing the US empire, because it just seems like it's just like that here. It's almost like it's blasphemy to, isn't it, Dee Dee? Blasphemy to really actually critique the empire like it should be. Yeah, but it's like it's just blasphemy. Like politicians won't even. They won't even sort of. It's like it goes into a black hole if you say anything. Hey, about. And with a lot of people, even a lot of Australians, they can't. It's like, what are you saying? Isn't it, Diddy? They don't. Yeah, they don't say that to you, but it's almost like, it's almost suddenly you're wearing a tinfoil hat if you say anything. Yeah, Diddy. It's like if you say anything, that's sort of critical. Really, most Australians, it's almost like you've said. It's almost like you've said, I eat babies for breakfast. It's like it's sort of like they can't deal with it. Or they don't know what you're talking about. It's like they think that you're sort of a big conspiracy tinfoil hatter. Okay, hey. Oh. What, Holly, when you said sadly you have Bojo, oh, that's right, Boris Johnson, yeah. I thought that was something like when I was talking about how people kind of avoid you like the plague. I thought Bojo was some sort of a some sort of a condition. I guess you could call that Boris Johnson is some sort of a condition. Huh. uh, let's see. Uh, Kenny says, makes me laugh. These politicians have never agreed, argued in House of Commons for years back and forth. They still can't agree to disagree. That's beyond me. Huh. And John says, I really like this No Man's Sky game. Good fun. Yeah, it's nice. Diddy really likes it. And Jen says, INFP per my college personality test. Oh, okay, so that's some sort of introvert thing, isn't it? INFP. And then Kenny said, yeah, me too. Only found it a few weeks ago. It's a great game. And Jennifer said, facts have become fake news. Yep, really. I hated dinner parties. I even attempt to opt out of Christmas every year. I know. Listen, I used to have to. There's a family member in my family who my only sibling, and he's never been interested in me. Yeah, huh? Not a blood sibling, no, but he's never been interested in me, and he even told me about 10 years ago when I said, why are you so sort of rude and kind of disinterested in me? And he said, and this is, I quote, I have absolutely no interest in you. It's what he told me on the phone. And so anyway, so I gave up trying to have any sort of relationship with him. But that's the kind of close family I have. Like my mother's fine. She's very nice. But yeah, he's very, very unfriendly, and he would probably, sadly, he would be the last person I would turn to if I had a problem. And that's the person that would hold the Christmas gatherings. Hey, Didi. And then he would sort of mock at me for being a vegan, which went down well, and there was also some unpleasant conversation
and that
about
included playing
Muslims.
silly buggers with the food.
What's that?
Playing silly buggers with the food.
Anyway, but yeah, so when I moved down here, that was like 13 years ago. It was kind of a relief that I didn't have to keep being in that company at Christmas, because I wanted to be there because Mum was there. But he did not want me there at all. Like, it was sort of like, I'm sure he was so glad when I moved away. Anyway, so yeah. Let's see. And Kenny said they love Trump over here. Really? They love Trump in the UK? Oh, God. So, sorry what was your name, doll? So, when I post, I can direct it to you.
I thought the UK had more sense than that, most people.
Yeah, I would have thought so. John, well, my name's Tricia. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. If that's who you're talking to.
And I'm Didi.
And this is Didi. Didi's playing the game, and I'm crapping on. So let's see, a concerned world citizen.
If life is a leaf, if you ever run across that. The
host of this channel, sorry, Trisha, that's my name, Trisha. Let's see.
Faint signals from Vega.
Faint signals from Vega. Let's see, Kenny, truth has a way of making people reject it. And Jenny says, hello, yep, Trish, smiley face. I'm not sure what that was to, Holly. And let's see. I love not being around my judgmental family. Kenny says, I love not being around my judgmental family. And John says he sounds positively terrible for Christmas company. Yeah, not great. Oh, hi, Carly. So, Nothi Seaton, I think that's how you pronounce it. And Nothi, you're actually from the UK, and Nothi's name is Carly, if I have that correct. Nice to see you. Oh, thank you, Carly. That's very sweet. Um, so, Carly, tell us if you feel like it. Tell us what you've been doing lately in the UK. I don't want to tell people. I know what Carly's been doing. Very interesting stuff. But if you feel like sharing it, that'd be great. Now let's see how many people are in the chat now. Is that like 6 people? So that means that there's 4 people that are lurking. um, so feel if you're lurking and you feel like coming in and saying hi, please do, because this is we're trying to every so often do sort of some socials where people just can come in and say hi, and we can just hang out with each other, and
have a
which
chat.
is a nice thing to do, and just talk about anything.
And watch me play games.
And watch Didi play No Man's Sky. Sorry, No Man's Sky.
It's a bit like No Man's Land.
So Kenny's watching on YouTube and Xbox. I'm watching on my monitor and on the TV, which is kind of nice. Hi, Carly. Where's human love solidarity? Is there somebody here that I missed? Human love solidarity. Oh, I see. Is that a person? Okay, sad but true for a lot of us, unfortunately. So, Sakali, how's everything going in the field? Is it going well? So we'll probably try and do another one of these in a couple of weeks, probably on a Saturday. What's tonight?
Friday
Actually,
it's Saturday.
Well, actually, what is tonight? It's Friday. Yeah, Friday or Saturday night. I probably will try and do a little tiny video that lets people know that it's going to happen, like sort of earlier in the day or maybe the day before. So if people think if you want to join in on that way, or if you can suggest a better way to let people know. It's kind of tricky.
Having a time would probably help.
They used to have an option once upon a time in YouTube where you could actually email people via YouTube, but for some reason, I don't know, they've taken that away. Why would they do that, do you think, Didi?
Spam. People used it for spam.
Oh.
And spoiled it for everybody else.
Yeah. Yeah. And how is that going, Carly? The digging. So John said, Tricia, well, if I had to summarize the grad, what you learn basically is that politics and economics and all that stuff, think of it like a vast environmental expanse, kind of like playing this NMS. Okay. Yeah. What would you like to do with the political science when you finish, John? or are you just doing this for education purposes? If you don't mind my asking, don't. Nobody has to feel they have to answer anything.
Yes, Trish is not the overlord.
Yeah, and I'm not sitting here with my pen collecting data. How come nothing's happening on my screen?
I don't know. Was it paused for a little bit?
No. There we go. That's okay. What you learn is how to read the map and navigate the environment. Yeah. Muddy but fun. Huh. Oh wow, Roman site. So have you come across anything interesting, Carly? It's funny, like there's so many Roman sort of artifacts or whatever you call them in the UK. Hey, I remember seeing that show. What was it called? Where it was sort of those two English guys, that did that digging. What was that called?
I don't remember. Just digging.
Something. It had some strange name. Anyway, and they used to excavate these various areas and all the fascinating Roman stuff that they'd come up with, and other things too, battlefields and all sorts of things. It's bizarre, isn't it, when you think about all these different bloody battles that went on in the UK, and yet they're just kind of beautiful green fields now.
Yeah.
It's weird, isn't it?
It is weird.
So let's see. Have to take the car to the shop, but I'll be lurking. Okay, Jennifer. I hope your car's okay, and so lurk away, and we'll see you again if we happen to, if we round it up and before you come back or whatever. It's lovely to see you again, and
see you, Jennifer.
Yeah, and see each other in the future. That'll be lovely. Let's see. So Kenny said, I did a dig a while back for Salford University and old bleaching works on a Bolton Park Carly. What's a Bolton Park Carly? Maybe I'll have to look that up. Bolton Park Carly. I don't know what that means. Are you right, Diddy?
Yeah.
What's up?
I'm just looking at.
Oh, you're looking at the thing. Oh, right.
It's my only chance to look at them.
Okay, so let's see.
I found a servant spell in an old corridor.
John said, Tricia, just for fun, I've always found foreign affairs, international politics extremely interesting. So yes, I follow American and UK politics closely.
Yes, I've always found global politics interesting.
Yeah.
And followed the impacts of corporations on transnational companies and on nations and how they use nations.
Yeah. Let's see. So Kenny was saying, Kenny was saying, I found a servant's bell, an old corridor that they would if used around the house so they don't get seen, and an old royal order of the buffalo's pipe.
Yeah.
I was telling Carly I did a dig on a park in Bolton. Right. I see.
Yeah, Holly was talking about a 6 foot tall man, apparently an authoritarian figure, an authority figure. Certainly Richard III, or Richard I, Richard the Lionhearted, was quite tall. He was like 6 foot.
Oh,
1
really?
or 6'2", yeah,
Okay.
which is very unusual for the time.
Right. I heard that they found Richard III in a car park.
Yeah.
Let's see. So Foreign Affairs has. So John said, Foreign Affairs has been my keenest interest the last 30 years, particularly the last 10 years have been very exciting, to say the least, in the world's politics. Exciting is one word for it. Hey, Didi.
Yeah.
And Holly said, did you hear about the discovery of the medieval bones of a 6-foot-tall man, apparently an authority figure? Oh, no, I didn't hear about that.
Well, yeah, that's what I was just talking about.
Yeah.
Richard the Lionheart was over 6 foot tall, but he was basically French.
Right.
I mean, this was at the time where the Argivan Empire included England, and they all spoke French. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he died in southern France.
Right. Let's see. Carly said, I was on that show once. Oh, really? Were you on that show? The show with the... What was that called again? The two guys in the trench or something like that? Yeah, that was a sort of an interesting show.
Yeah, there was a few interesting archaeology
Two
shows.
men in a trench or something.
No, it wasn't that.
Wasn't it?
No. 2 men in a trench. I don't think so.
Kenny said, cool, Carly, tell me which one. I'll try to find the episodes. Yeah. Yes, they did, Holly said. And then Carly said, Bolton Park is a place and is me. Okay, so let me have a look and see if it is called Two Men in a Trench. And then you'll be... Yeah, my space bar is getting sort of a bit stiff. Why, Didi? Why do my keyboards keep crapping up?
I don't know.
Two men in a trench.
And keyboards are getting really expensive, so be careful with them.
It's bad. It is. It's two men in a trench. There you go.
Oh, really?
Yeah. How good am I?
Because
that was like forever since I've seen that.
Yeah.
Is that still going? Let me see.
Name.
Huh?
What a silly name.
Well, it's memorable. I remembered it.
You remembered it? Wow, that's the important thing.
What?
That's the important thing.
Excuse me. Oh, God, it's still going. Two Men in a Trench, 2002 to now. That's amazing. Peter Brown and Joy Caldwell, Neil Oliver, Tony Pollard. Yeah, I wouldn't mind continuing to see that, but like we don't get sort of TV anymore, so...
No. We have DVDs and Netflix.
So John says, a concerned world citizen, LOL Tricia, if I had to give everyone a prism in which to peer through the doubt and instability and irregularity of these recent days to lend an apolitical perspective, I would say this. You know, isn't it funny if those Romans that could, like, it's amazing how, there's all this life and then it just ends up under piles of dirt, little tiny trinkets of this and that, which all had sort of, people owned them and they're just having a life, and then it's all under, under the earth and stuff, and then and then if they'd only, when they were using those implements or whatever, if they thought, well, in about this many years' time, somebody's going to be digging it up and and talking about it, you know what I mean? The whole thing is just so sort of bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Let's see. Series 11, Episode 11, Time Team. It's really lucky that you can make a living from that. That's like, I mean, there's a lot of people doing work that they don't really like. It's great to be able to do archaeological work like that and get paid for it. How lucky. Okay, so how many? There's like 5 or 6 people in the chat. There's 9 people watching and there's 2 of us. Okay, so there's 1 person lurking somewhere. Oh, 2 people lurking now. There's 10 people watching. Okay. So feel free to, bring up a topic and stuff, because I'm just, crapping on. And so where are we now, Dee Dee?
Well, we're heading towards the galactic core.
This is a kind of amazing how many people did it take to put this together?
I don't know. A lot.
It looks like it. Wow, we were only going to do this live stream for about an hour, weren't we, Didi? And it's 4 hours later.
Yeah.
That's funny.
It tends to be like that with this game.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just moving along from solar system to solar system.
Yeah. And John...
Towards the galactic core.
And John... Hey, Didi, could you help little guy out there?
This is the objective.
John said, what we are all witnessing in our respective countries is not anything remotely new. Excuse me, it just seems new because we don't observe societies change 30 years sequences. Yeah. Oh yeah, some of it's kind of the wackadoo fascist turn, which seems to be taking place all over the place. That's kind of a bit sort of, I suppose it's not new. It's kind of new for the last 50 years, isn't it? The real wackadoo turn in the West for the fascist thing. Yeah, we've never been this crowded on the planet, that's for sure. And the climate crisis. Yeah, it's a cluster F of massive proportions. No, that's right. Yeah. I think it's too much information for people. Too many people on the planet, too much information. Like, we're not really supposed to be, processing as much information as we are. We're supposed to be in little sort of, communities that just, little tribes and stuff. Yeah, just kind of, but now we just kind of have all this information, and it's not good information either. It's
disastrous information.
Yeah. I don't think that's great for the psyche. Let's see. So John said, America, what we see going on there is the exact same America that existed 30 years ago. The UK we see today, its nationalist streak for Brexit has always been there. Well, yeah, it's always like America has had the 14 defining characteristics of fascism for a while, but it hasn't had the kind of wackadoo. Like, I mean, it's really, really out there now. It's like, it's not crypto stuff. It's just kind of right out there for everybody to see. I mean, they've been behaving really badly overseas with foreign policy, like really awful. But within the country, it's never been. I mean, the whole fake news thing, and I'm talking the real fake news, not what the corporate media calls fake news or what the politicians call fake news, but actual made-up stuff, the Russiagate stuff, and all the QAnon craziness and all of that, making up stuff. Every time somebody's caught out doing something stupid, they say, oh, it's Russia and China and Iran meddling. I mean, it's so insane. It's never been this wackadoo, has it, Didi? I don't think, anyway. What do you think, Didi?
No, I don't think it's ever been this crazy.
No. Like, it's so, like, to be able to find, like, people are so propagandized now. I remember, like, there was a quote from William Casey from 1981, the CIA director, and he, he said, when we know that the public are completely, like, basically, when we know that they're completely propagandized, that's when we know we've done our job. When they believe, when they believe everything that's basically fake news, then we know that we've done a good job. I forget the whole quote, but so they've been sort of like, well, voila, that's where we are now. I don't think anybody really, hardly anybody knows what's real, and don't you think, Didi?
Yeah, I don't think people know what's real or not.
No, like there's so much
I think
lying.
that's part of the objective, they make it so that it's impossible to actually understand what's going on.
Yeah, and when they finally get rid of the real leftist journalists, when they get rid of them, then no one will know what's going on.
Yeah.
You'll only be able to guess that if it's, from past, if you've ever known what was going on, you'll only be able to project and sort of go, well, this is how they were in the past, and they're probably still doing that. So you won't believe anything.
Yeah.
But that's kind of,
I think the idea of
insane.
having you be completely ignorant all the time is an objective. Where you never know what's real and what's not.
Yeah. Yeah. So John was saying, let's see, America, what we see going... hang on. So he said, fascist, ultra-nationalist, sure, it's always been there. 80 years ago, people were saying too much information, world's too small, too many people, etc., etc., nothing new, nothing to see here, trust me. And Kenny says, and the worst thing is most don't care. And Holly said, like Assange. And Kenny said, they've made it so we always need them to delicate for or to us. Okay. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah. I don't know if it can ever turn around the other way, Didi, of, like where there's just so much propaganda now. I don't know, could it ever, I don't know, could it ever turn back from where it is now with the propaganda nonsense,
Yeah, I think with the internet and stuff, social media, I don't think you're going to have it turned back.
No.
Any of it.
And what a shame they've kind of ruined the, the whole, the internet actually used to be quite pleasant about 20 years ago, didn't it?
Well, the problem is people. It's like you had the internet, and it was this fabulous thing that people could communicate and learn and access all kinds of information.
Yeah.
And what did they go for? Is porn.
That's sort of funny. I don't even think about that until...
except it's still the biggest thing on the internet.
Isn't that amazing, though?
Yeah.
I never even think that people do that.
I don't see it anymore because of the the goodness of...
the filtering.
Filtering and stuff. But, well, a lot of people watch it.
That's amazing. What does that say?
It's still the main.
Don't get us wrong.
accessed.
We're not sex negative or anything, but it's like it's just
I'm
interesting.
very
though.
sex positive.
Yeah, we're very sex positive, but and John was saying, hang on, Kenny was saying. Oh, sorry.
But I mean, it's like it shows that. Well, given the opportunity to look at whatever you want, a lot of people that's what they want to look at. Yeah.
Yeah.
Given the opportunity to speak your mind, what do people do? They say stupid things.
Yeah.
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 And that's sort of really sad. You've got this thing that can, actually produce all kinds of information.
Yeah. Yeah.
and instead people get the weirdest, least important bits of information
Mm.
from it. You know.
Do you think though that that porn is the most watched thing on the internet? Do you think that's because people are feeling isolated, or is it just because people are
I think it's
basically
because
sexual beings
when you're left on their own with choice, people will go for sex almost every time.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. God, there must be some really raking in the money there.
Oh
That
yeah.
must be an incredibly profitable thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And John was saying, what makes this confronting is that mass media has taken what was information and events limited by the distribution and localization of information and made it truly global. And Holly said media conglomeration to Rupert Murdoch, Sinclair, Clear Channel. I think there's a little possum outside climbing up the side of the house. and Rooney's kind of going back and forth at the window there.
Yes.
Can they actually get up that pole to the second floor?
I don't know. I wouldn't have thought so.
No. They must be able to, because why would you bother? You know what I mean? I've seen them do that before.
Well, there's also a door up there.
Oh, that's right. They can't get through the door. And Kenny says, or you think that's what you want to look at? Who knows what power the internet has over you? It's all chemical impulse. Yeah, the dopamine things are kind of a and what's that?
Oh, sex and drama and
yeah, that's
all that
true.
kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
everybody prefer a drama channel or a drama thread. Sometimes, hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like the little whiskers come forward. It's like this little, and Carly said people have become so desensitized. Yeah, and lonely. Holly said, and Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post and has a CIA contract. Yeah, that's right. And Carly says that's what your work is. Oh, that's why your work is so important, Trish. Oh, that's very kind, Carly. But honestly, it's all kind of just secondhand interpret. Like I'm just taking what other people do and just making comments on it. Really.
Mm.
I mean, the people who are important are the people that actually put it out, like the ones that I talk about. But that's very kind of you. And let's see. Kenny says, "Yep, drama. That's shite versus bad." And he said, "Look at TV soaps, drama every scene. Then look outside, birds, wind, air, no drama. TV heightens people's dramatic state." Yeah, yeah. You know what? I find interesting now, Kenny, is like I've noticed over the last 20 years, or actually even about 20, 25 years, that TV shows. It's like there can't be any there tends to be no stable characters anymore in TV shows. They have to be kind of almost all of them have to be morally inconsistent. They're sort of all over the place. Like in older shows, you would have, say, there might be a couple or two that are just ongoing. They're just stable characters, like in real life, like there's just people that are stable characters that just go, and you see them and they're like that, but on TV shows, they tend to, everybody now has to almost have a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of thing going,
Yeah.
Don't you reckon, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
And on top of that, I noticed they started introducing sadism in the early 2000s into TV shows towards animals, towards non-human animals.
Yeah.
And then they went from non-human animals to people. And now, like, you get like things like, not that I've really watched Game of Thrones, but I've tried to watch it, but the there's a lot of sadism in that towards people, just gratuitous sadism.
We have flaying and castration.
Yeah, flaying, castration, all that kind of thing. And shows now, it's like TV shows and stuff seem to revel in the moral inconsistency of characters, and the minute somebody gets together with another person, in a couple situation, they have to throw a spanner into that and make it so they have to break up, or that something changes. Nobody can ever have any stable relationships. So there's this sort of, and it's kind of like constant drama, sort of, and constant back and forth, and it almost becomes like a conditioning sometimes for people, like where they never ever see any stable relationships in television shows. Not that everybody's watching TV or anything. I mean, a lot of people just watch YouTube and whatever. But but this is what the sort of things now that TV series, I notice they don't have anything stable in them. There's no morally consistent characters, even in these franchises now that they've done with Star Trek, where they've actually turned it on its head and made people that have been incredibly stable, which have been a lot of different characters.
Yeah.
They've turned it on its head, and they've turned it into, kind of like another
evil,
sort of evil and morally inconsistent, and kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
And that's like
the gritty, dark sort of.
And I have a theory for this, which is that because Star Trek is basically about peace in the universe.
They can't stand it.
They can't stand it. This is like, because
it seems far too unrealistic.
Well, no, it's because they don't want people to think that way.
Yeah.
So the very few shows that are about actual global peace and celebrating diversity and stuff and all of that, right?
Yeah.
They don't want that to exist because they want people to not even think about peace, because basically, Hollywood in the US, they're all collaborating. Like the military actually give permission for scripts in Hollywood now. They've done that for a while.
Yeah.
And they also, if they don't like a script, they won't lend anybody any of their military vehicles or anything. So they get approval. So the military and Hollywood are very kind of connected. And I just think it's like all these Silicon Valley social media platforms. They don't want people talking about anti-imperialism, and and they're gradually going to make sure that doesn't happen, or they suppress you with algorithms. And the same with any Hollywood TV series. They don't want anybody, including Star Trek, talking about peace and global. And celebrating diversity. That's my theory on it anyway.
Yeah.
So they're trying to destroy, Star Trek basically, and they're doing a good job, because look at the shit show that Picard is. I'm sorry if anybody likes that show, but I've just found that kind of just sort of really awful and sad
because
what they've done to that.
Really love the character of Jean-Luc Picard.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know what. It's just awful. So I don't want to see any more Star Trek franchise things, because like I was looking forward to Picard, and then I just thought, what the hell have they done?
Yeah.
I mean, it's so bad on so many levels. They've completely abandoned. And basically, I'll tell you something really quickly. Sorry, I'm just ranting here, but I was on Twitter, and there was what's the name of that guy? Will Wheaton's wife was a partner.
Yeah.
I don't know, can't remember her name.
Will Wheaton's wife.
And she was. I said something about, I thought Picard has completely trashed, the kind of the whole essence of Star Trek, and she basically told me to go and, if you don't like it, go watch something else. She literally said that. She said, we like it, so if you don't like it, I think she thought I was a guy. What did she say?
Yeah.
Dude. I think she called me dude. If you don't like it, dude, go watch something else.
Yeah.
That's her attitude to it. So they don't. She doesn't. These people don't even care. I mean, they probably care about their salary and about getting a gig on. Like I'm sure Will Wheaton wants to get on Picard, and so they don't care if the fucking thing is trashed.
Yeah.
It's sad. Anyway, I finished my rant. It just makes me sad. So, yeah, let's see. So, Kenny says, hang on. Look at TV soaps, drama. Oh, that's what we've seen that. Kenny says you can't tell the truth from life if you watch actors act out fake lives. So you learn lies as truth. And John said, mass modern media today has taken what is already a powerful political tool, more effective, faster delivery. Think a steam piston locomotive compared to a modern car when you put aside the technological advances on design, combustion engines, efficiency. They're both just a conveyance that must abide by the same rules, needs a road to drive on. Number 2, get you from A to B, LOL. So, and Carly said, got to get back to work, but lovely to spend my lunch break with you all. Nice to see you again, Carly.
Yes.
Have a good
lovely.
dig. And Terry G. Hi, Terry. But the stable programs in 50s also did damage to families who couldn't measure up to the image. Absolutely, Terry.
Yeah.
Yeah. It went from the kind of ridiculous to the bizarre, or the other way around. And let's see, John said technology makes something and makes it better, in quotes, or adaptive, but it's still as persuasive to change your political views as a party flyer or pamphlet. Yeah, for sure. And Holly said everyone in California and a lot of others use dude for both sexes. Oh, I see, Holly. Yeah, yeah, that's true. I'm sorry if anybody likes Picard. You know, I mean, I just don't. I just rather they did a completely different show that wasn't called Star Trek. I just feel like they've exploited some characters from Star Trek to do a completely different thing, and completely change the meaning of Star Trek so that it's not about what it was supposed to be about. But you know, I don't know. I mean, maybe down the track they might bring it back to that in Picard, but I don't see that happening. Do you, Dee Dee?
No, I don't see it happening at all. I think it's really unlikely.
Yeah, it's unlikely. I think they want it to be, and this is the problem with having a small cast that you want to keep using, because you don't want to introduce new characters, because you don't want to pay new actors and all of that. It's like they have to. And this is what I see as a theme in a lot of these shows. They give characters these different wackadoo turns so that it makes the character, the person playing that character, happy that they have this diversity of, you know, work sort of thing, a diversity in their character. And that means that to do that, they have to do all this wackadoo stuff, morally inconsistent stuff, don't you reckon, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
So that instead of adding more characters to a show and paying them, having to pay them too, they just kind of keep this small group of people, and then to keep them happy, they give them these sort of dramatic, always dramatic kind of scripts, and I don't know. It's just, yeah,
it's awful, really.
Yeah, I probably sound like an old person complaining about something, but anyway, it's just sort of how I feel about that. Yeah, we don't have cable either, Holly, but we decided to take out a short monthly thing so we could watch Picard on what was Stan, I think, wasn't it, Dee Dee?
No, it was actually on Amazon.
Oh, Amazon, and that was like evil. Absolutely evil. Like we avoid buying anything from Amazon at all costs, and so to actually take out a month's subscription to Amazon was like was absolutely kind of really difficult for us to
Flirting
do.
with the devil.
Yes, yes. And but we did it, and then we were really sorry that we did.
Yeah.
And it was almost like it started becoming to me like hate watching. So I just sort of thought, no, that's enough. So let's see how many people are there now. So there's some people, must be some people lurking, because I think there's probably 5 people now in the chat. So there's there must be 5 people lurking.
Yeah.
So feel free to come and join whoever's lurking, and feel free to just bring up something something you want to chat about or whatever. And anybody can just bring up whatever. And Kenny's asking you, Didi, if you make nutrient processor, you can store all the food and plant products in separate storage in the Oricessir.
In the what?
In the Oricessir, Oricessir.
Oh, really? What? I don't know how I can store it.
And John said, at the end of the day, America will elect someone like Trump, not because the mass media told them to. The audience, that is a large portion of the American population, have been baying for someone. Processor. Oh, storage in the processor, Didi.
Keep it stored in the processor.
And Holly says you're forgiven. Are you a Picard fan, Holly? So sorry if I,
Yes.
crapped on about
You're
a
evil.
show that you might like. Oh, I see. You're forgiven about Amazon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do our best not to buy anything from Amazon.
No, they're evil.
I just think they're evil.
They're the heart of evilness.
Yeah, really. Nutrient processor, Kenny says.
What do you do with a nutrient processor?
I don't know.
Make food, but
this looks like
where
a bit
do you
of a
store any of it?
Didi, this looks like a bit of a 2001 thing with
What's
that with that eye thing, that whatever that is.
That's a global trade terminal.
Right. You know, speaking of 2001, when I first saw that, and I saw that in I think it was 1979 or something in a theater. They were just playing old movies and stuff. I didn't realize that was made in 1968 or something. And I thought, wow, that must have been really like mind-blowing for people, or freaky, to watch a show like that in the early 60s, in the 60s.
You know, a lot of people watched it on drugs.
But I mean, straight,
seriously, like
sure.
the light show on in 2001 was considered, like you had to be doing hallucinogenic drugs to watch that.
Right.
Yeah.
But I thought it was spinny, completely straight though. Like it's got this really hypnotic element to it.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize that it was made in the 60s.
Didn't you?
No. I thought when I saw it in the late 70s, I thought, it was like, I thought it was sort of something that had been around just, to a few years. I didn't know it was, because it just seemed very modern to me at that time,
Yeah, I think I saw it when it came out.
So Kenny says, Holly said, no, I meant Amazon. Yes, Kenny said a nutrient processor, you get it with salvage data.
Yeah, I've got it. I've got a nutrient processor.
And John says, like Trump, for a long time, I remember surmising about when ultranationalism rise in USA would emerge. Saw that coming a long way down the road, LOL. Same goes for Brexit. And Kenny said it has storage, DD. If you click on it, you should see a storage unit when it opens. Just seen it in the screen. LOL. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
I'll do it in a minute. I'll go to the nutrient process.
So, what are you gathering here?
I'm just moving stuff from my my starship to my normal infant. Okay, here's the nutrient processor. Now I can process stuff, but I don't see where I can store anything. I can only process certain things.
Well, look at the colors in that.
Yeah.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm in my freighter doing business.
Now. What was that? What was that on the thing?
What?
What was that on that?
What was what?
Those sort of ultra, those things. What are they?
PC?
Oh, I
well,
see.
This is my my terminal, my teleport terminal.
Okay, so
I can teleport all over the place. Any place I've been.
Kenny's trying to tell you something, Didi. Look at your thing.
Okay. Let's see. Go back on it. Okay. Well, let's see. I unfortunately can't see.
It's it is late actually.
Here's
it's
the nutrient processor.
It's 1:44 a.m. on a Friday morning.
Now, the nutrient processor.
Jen. Oh, you're back.
Sure
Jennifer.
What I can process. I was going to go get some food to process.
Oh, so Kenny said he figured it out yesterday.
What's that?
I don't know, whatever you're sort of... He said go down. We've got a bit of a delay here.
Go down. Go down on the nutrient processor. Yeah. That sounds rude. Okay. Here's the nutrient...
I'm sorry.
Stop laughing.
I'm sorry.
Okay, here's the nutrient processor. What do I do with it?
What was the wow for, Jennifer? Anyway, so let's see. And Kenny says it says...
What?
I'm just laughing because Jennifer is laughing.
About the go down comment.
I don't know. But I'm probably a bit tired, I think. Oh, that's funny. and Kenny says, look at the bottom of the screen.
Okay, access ingredient storage. Okay. Oh my! I can store all kinds of ingredients there. Okay. Goody.
Oh, thank you, Kenny. That was very patient.
Yeah.
He's going, look at the bottom of the screen.
Well, I better go get some ingredients. I've been keeping all my plant stuff over here.
I'm so naughty. I've got to do a lot of whippersnipping tomorrow. There's a possum outside the door there. Look, see? Did he? Is that a possum or a patty melon?
I don't know.
I think it's a patty melon. Hang on a sec. Goes really quickly when you do this. Hey.
Yeah. Well, this is good because it creates a whole
Kenny
lot
is being
more
patient
for me.
And Kenny says, so you see now carbon can make food. LOL.
Yeah.
5 weeks with no gaming live stream, no worries. The 5 hours plus makes up for lost time. Yeah. Um, what was I saying? Yeah, it's amazing. The grass here grows like
It does.
an inch a day. No joke.
This
Hey,
time of
Diddy.
year.
This time of year in spring, and I only whippersnip the whole yard, which is like there's 3 acres that are a downhill and so I don't have to do that. It's sort of little woodlands where all the paddy melons live, and then there's 2 acres where it's actual or part of that, probably not all of that. I have to snip, but I mean it's like you do it about say 5 days ago, and now it's like all back to the same things. I've got to do it all again, and that's what it's like all through spring. Hey, Didi,
Yeah.
until sort of when it hits December, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
When it hits December, or is it late December?
I don't know. By
It sort of
December,
slows down.
mid-December, you've got
Yeah, mid-December.
hay season,
Yeah.
and then that's insane.
And let's see. Jennifer said I have the prettiest skunk friend on my property. We keep our distance, but she roots around in my mulch pile. That's a skunk. That's interesting.
Yeah.
They look like they'd be. I mean, I don't. Skunks probably have to feel threatened before they do anything.
Well,
do they?
except they're pretty easily threatened.
Are they?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, bummer. Because they
Bummer.
look really interesting.
They are. They're sweet, but also.
Do they? They get easily threatened.
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad. And are they good? Are they good aim? Are they a good aim?
I don't know.
What does that smell like anyway? Is it?
Really foul?
But like, what is it? Is it
Really,
got any
like
sort of
burnt tire or something like that?
oh, burnt tire?
Awful.
Okay, that doesn't sound as
Have
bad
you ever
as
smelled
say.
burned tire?
Yeah, yeah. I was thinking that if it smelt like a dead, like rotting flesh or something, that'd be worse, wouldn't it?
No. Whoops.
So Kenny
Okay,
says there's been a few things I wanted help with, LOL, but couldn't find out how to talk on the Xbox, LOL. So that's the main reason I tried access chat through my phone, LOL. I see. And Jennifer said yes, and the smell doesn't wash off. Oh no. So you basically just have to wait for it to eventually go away.
Yeah.
Oh geez. How does it manage to attach itself to you like that?
It's just that's its major defensive thing.
And Jan says I have a bobcat living in my neighborhood. Wow.
A bobcat. That's
and
fun.
and let's see. There was something. Where did I see that? Oh, what was that? What was that? Where did I see that? Was it BuzzFeed? That was it a bobcat or a jaguar?
I don't know.
Remember that where we watched that?
Oh, that was a mountain lion, a puma.
Mountain lion. That's it. Oh God.
A puma chasing. So that went viral. I think that.
Yeah. You may have already seen it. Video shows Utah man records in terrifying encounter with a with a mountain lion. It was kind of really wild.
Yeah.
And I bet he needed a drink after that. I'll post the little link to the video or something. And the funny thing was I won't tell you it ends okay. Nobody gets hurt, and he does. Luckily, he didn't have a gun, because that wouldn't have been good. But anyway, this is pretty stressful. Yes, exactly. Yeah, because Jennifer, she was protecting her babies because and it was so easy. Once she felt like he'd gotten far enough away, I mean, he kind of threw a pebble at her or something, and she just took off. I mean, I don't think that would have bothered her really, the pebble.
No.
Yeah. But she took off as like, yeah, you're far enough away now, and then she raced back.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad he didn't have a gun. Poor little animals. But like, I mean, the speed that she took off. Like, if she wanted to get him,
if she wanted to get him, she could have had him.
He wouldn't have even known what hit him. She would have been there in 2 seconds, and so yeah.
She'd have had him.
Yeah. The worst smell, skunks.
She just wanted him
gone. Yeah. Vinegar rinse helps. Right.
Ooh, I'm getting tired.
You must play and play.
Yes, that's the one. Play and play and play.
Tomato juice, yeah. For the acid and stuff, hey? Anyway, there's a little potteroo outside the French doors and stuff. Or is it a possum? Is that a possum out there, Didi?
I'll go look.
We have little ring. We have a sort of the possums are kind of fluffy here, and is that a sort of they? What? Oh, Patty, right. There's just a Patty melon out there eating some little pellets that I threw out there. Right, yeah. Yes, it's like a 24-hour buffet around here, isn't it, Didi, with the patties and the...
Yeah, we have the patamelons and the potteroos and the possums.
Let me what's that?
Bandicoots and what all else do we have, Trishi?
Oh,
Occasionally
no.
a call.
No killing around here, California Republic. There's a few vegans in this chat. Let's see. Oh. Let's see.
Wow, I've created a lot of space.
Yeah, the names for Australian animals are kind of interesting.
What about the names of Australian
They're interesting, the names, Jennifer was saying. I wonder how many people that drop your ballot off Supreme Court rulings on mail ballots, so doubt on which votes will count. I wonder how many ballots that's affected.
I don't know.
Um,
Far too many, probably.
yeah.
Let's see. My captain is stumbling around. He's obviously had too much to drink.
What's that?
I'm making jokes.
What did you say?
I said my guy who's my person who's the character here is stumbling around in the freighter. Obviously had too much to drink.
So Jennifer is delivering mail now, learning a lot about the post office.
That's great.
What did you say, Holly? Did you say something funny and then she retracted it and I missed it? Yeah, the graphics in this game is really amazing.
Pretty good.
You know?
Yeah.
I wonder, how many people do you reckon worked on this?
I don't know. I don't think that many people, but I think they worked really hard and for quite a while. And they keep updating it, they've done that for a few years now.
Yeah.
And keep making it better.
Yeah. There's a lot of little tiny asteroids in this,
Yeah.
isn't there?
Yeah, there are.
What did you say, Holly? I missed it. What is lemium?
Lemium is just a material. It's worth a lot, I think, but it's...
So Jennifer, are you just posting like as a casual employment, or are you posting for a political thing? Okay. So Jennifer said, it was slow in the beginning with all the updates. It is a much better game now.
Yeah. Oh, she knows this game too?
Must do.
Yeah.
1 lemium makes 250 silver, said Kenny. So in this game, Dee Dee, does it actually do you get to different levels? In this game, do you get to different levels?
Kind of, not really. You end up with more money and better spaceships and closer.
More money and better spaceships.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, better spaceships.
Yeah, and better equipment and
right.
Eventually, you've got as good equipment as you can. There's people who've got all the money, meaning the maximum amount of money you can get.
Yeah.
Which is something like $4 billion. $4
billion.
4 billion units.
Right.
And
so Jennifer said, I needed a job, it pays well, I'm not all that political. No, that's I just wondered, I was just wondering if it was a job or you were doing it for some political thing. Yeah.
Okay.
So do you think that Trump is trying to destroy the post office, Jen?
That's an E.
I miss my gig, still furloughed from the Educated Choices program. Educated Choices program. Oh, that sounds good. Jennifer, Educated Choices program.
Okay.
Well, I hope if you want to get back to the Educated Choices program that you're able to get back to that eventually. What's that, Dee Dee? What's that? That's floating around there.
Hyperdrive, like warp speed.
Right. Oh.
And now I'm in a new place.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah, really. That's a great way to it's a great right living kind of thing to do, isn't it, Jen?
Where am
So
I?
have good
Let's
thoughts
see.
that
Oh, I'm in a blue star. Oh,
that all
yay.
works out. So where is it off to now, Dee Dee?
It's my first blue system.
Right. How come there's always so many meteors all the little asteroids?
Well, because they're there, and you can mine them. It's where you get tritium and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Which powers your spaceship, so it's important.
Wow. How long have you been vegan, Jennifer? If you don't mind me asking. I've noticed that it's really taken off in the last, like in 2009. It was kind of I was sort of thinking, God, this is going to be glacially slow taking off, and then it's sort of in the last, say, 3 or 4 years, it's really started to exponentially take hold. So, I didn't ever think it would sort of be taking hold as well as it had at this stage. I thought it was going to take a lot longer. So that makes me happy. Going on 5 years. Oh, yeah. Great. I'm amazed at how it was hard to get a soy milk 15 years ago that didn't have like sugar all through it, and it was like really sickly. And now there's a gazillion different sorts of soy milk and stuff, or different kinds of nut milks and things. Hey, Dee Dee. Dee Dee's concentrating on flying this thing.
I am.
and Jennifer said, I've seen amazing growth with
What?
zoonotic diseases. I would think that would push some over the edge. Yeah. Yeah. You'd think with the climate crisis that would push people over the edge. Not really. I wonder what it would be like being out, in space, like in reality. You know how you see everybody, Diddy on Voyager and stuff, and they're in, the only time they go a bit mental is when they're going through the necrid expanse or something, right? Diddy?
Yeah.
Diddy can't. She's trying to concentrate on what you're trying to do, fly somewhere.
The what?
You know how, I wonder what our people would actually deal psychologically with being in space with not being able to see trees and it being kind of like how really people would deal with that. Like, how in Voyager, the only time people have problems with it is when they go through the necrid expanse, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
That's when they didn't see any stars, if that's even possible.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I just wonder how in reality it would be psychologically for people, though, to be, say, in a place that didn't
Actually
have
in
trees
space.
and all that kind of thing.
Well, I wonder how it would be for people spending any really extended time with other people in close proximity.
Yeah. Yeah, really. And Kenny was saying, Dee Dee, you want the gold frigate modules from those cargo pods? They upgrade your freighter ship massively.
Yeah, I just got a frigate.
Oh, yeah.
I just attacked one of the freighters.
Yeah. How do you
do
think
that.
that would be, Holly? If I just sort of, like, what, when they talk about colonizing Mars, don't get us started on that one, because they couldn't even make the biosphere work on Earth, could they, Dee Dee?
No.
They couldn't make it work on Earth, and I don't know why they think, they haven't even tried to actually make it work on Earth, but they're talking about going to Mars and making it work.
Yeah.
When I think, there's temperatures, like basically it'd have to be all inside something.
Yeah.
So you'd have to basically have everything you need within a contained space, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And if they can't make it work on Earth, why on earth do they think that it's going to work out on Mars? Like, like that, you have to get it to work here first.
Yeah.
So, this sort of, I don't know, deluded kind of, here they are, instead of working out how to stop the, I don't think you can stop it, but to work out how to fucking stop this situation from imploding here, they're trying to work out how to take the dysfunction elsewhere. I mean, you couldn't make this shit up. Really?
No.
Hey, Didi.
No.
It's like we're living in a really badly written movie. I can't believe that people. I can't believe that at how bad, like considering how bad things are, we're still driving fossil fuel cars, most of us.
Yeah.
I mean, in Tasmania, that they're not even trying to get any. I'm not saying electric cars are great because they have their problems, but they're better than fossil fuel cars, I think. And there's no stations. There's no sort of electric
recharging stations
anywhere in Tasmania. they're not doing anything. I don't know what they're doing to produce electric cars. Like China is producing, I think 1 out of every 8 cars is electric, and we're not doing anything.
Maybe less.
And we're still traveling around in these tons of steel and using fossil fuels, and we're on the edge of extinction. I mean, you couldn't make this shit up. If somebody had said to me 40 years ago, that we were going to be, this is how it was going to be at this stage, I would have said, you've got to be fucking kidding me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, really.
I never thought, I didn't think that our species could be as stupid, as fucking stupid as it is. Too stupid to live.
And that's literally what's going to happen.
Yes, we are. We're too stupid to live. Yeah.
Okay.
What happened to California? He came in with his comment about mountain lions being easy to kill, and then he left.
Mountain lions are easier to kill.
No, he was.
Easier
I don't
to
know.
kill than what?
Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Yes. So Kenny said yes. Let's go colonize Mars while this place struggles. Yeah. LOL. And Jennifer says parasites, and Holly says it might be traumatic in a way. On Star Trek there were holodecks. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. So that's true, they could deal with it because of the holodecks.
Yeah. To a degree.
To a degree, yeah. Kenny says just goes to show how far from the truth we are as Joe Public. And Holly says send the unwashed masses away. And Terry says there are ships bigger than Jupiter. Ships bigger than Jupiter. Say, Holly, don't you think, like if somebody had said to you 40 years ago, this is where we'd be at this point in time, I mean, would you have sort of thought, no? What's that?
Run screaming.
Yeah, I mean, I just didn't think, I thought people would get sensible, when there was how, I just thought people would kind of pull together and get sensible and try and, but, it's sort of, I don't know. It's like we can't organize ourselves out of paper bag, really. Hey, Didi.
No.
We're still producing, we're still making all
Look
these
how pretty that
things
is.
In obsolescence. What's that, Didi?
Look how pretty that is. I guess. There.
Okay, Kenny says, just going to make something to eat and a brew. Back shortly, okay. And a brew. That sounds good. Wow, what's going on, Didi? We're going to the land of the mushrooms. Oh no, the land of the cactus. And you're just knocking. Are you having trouble landing?
Well, yes, it's having problems landing. I'm not sure where I can land. It keeps telling me, no, that you can't land here. Can't land there. I just want to land.
Yeah. Holly said, excuse me. Holly said I would not have believed it. I know. Seriously. How could things have gone so pear-shaped in such a few decades? I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway. But like when Didi, when you were doing, you were environmental scientist, right?
Well, no, as a biologist.
Biologist, yeah, and so, and when you were in dealing with politicians, though, Australian politicians in the, in the 80s,
yeah.
they knew this sort of thing was coming, didn't they? But they
Yeah.
didn't want to know. They didn't want to do anything.
Yeah.
It's not like Dee Dee found out. It wasn't lack of information. It wasn't lack of information that made the inaction. It was just they just didn't want to do anything.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
Oh, so Jennifer, you say new battery in so I don't get stuck everywhere I go. Yay. Are you talking about a car?
Where's that little guy that I...
Wow, did he look?
What?
Look at the figures there. Look, see?
Which figures?
On the channel there, see? Look. See?
Oh, yeah.
You see?
Wow.
Yeah. That's
Wow.
nice, hey?
Nice. Trisha's getting happy because suddenly she's actually getting some real traction in terms of numbers.
Yeah.
It took how many years to get
well, I
to
started
1,000?
I started this in early 2017. So it's like 3 years ago.
Yeah. I'll go out this way.
And Kenny said, nice activated idiom, a lot farm that now for money. Them little pink flowers are the best source of carbon I've found, did he?
The little pink flowers.
Yeah.
They're not actually in this world. They're not actually,
aren't they?
Sources of carbon at all.
What are those little? Are they pink mushrooms, or are
yeah,
they
little
pink flowers?
mushrooms, but they're not actually anything.
Aren't they?
They're just decoration.
Oh, okay.
These little guys are little green things are plants that are
Hey,
sources
Didi,
of carbon.
have we? What's the name of that game that you tried to download, but it was wasn't?
Horizon Zero Dawn.
Horizon Zero Dawn. Kenny, have you?
We tried to play that on PC when it came out, but it wasn't ported very well, and so we couldn't really. It just wouldn't play.
Well, you're lucky, Jennifer, that you drive a electric car. That's great. What kind of car is it? If you don't mind me asking. Excuse me.
Where's my plane? Over that direction. Look at these blue flowers. Oh, there's humming sacks everywhere. Yeah, sounds like. Good to know.
It's getting cold.
I'm getting sleepy.
What's that?
I'm starting to get sleepy.
Are you? Oh, maybe
bit.
we'll, let's see, what time is it? Maybe we'll wrap it up in like 5 minutes, yeah?
Maybe.
When would you like to wrap it up?
Whenever, sweetie.
No, you can wrap it up, like, just give me an idea. 15 minutes? It's about 2:30 in the morning now.
Oh, yes. Probably that's a good idea.
Yeah. So, oh, it's not electronic, unfortunately, yeah. So, did you see what Kenny said about, carbon 500?
No, what was that?
He said, no, I'm kind of new to gaming in general.
Yeah.
And he said, I play Elder Scrolls for this, so that's my other game.
Oh, yeah.
Diddy likes that too.
I love that.
I like Morrowind. I think that's
Yeah.
great. And then he said there's two types of those pink things. The carbon rich are a little bigger and brighter in color.
Yeah.
And you literally get carbon 500 for 2 or 3. They're always in caves. So anyway,
yeah, some
so-
of them are bigger than others.
yeah. So anyway, everybody, we might sort of go in about, I don't know, 5 minutes, yeah? Diddy?
Yeah.
And because we've been going for about 5 hours now.
That sounds crazy.
I think 5 is probably enough, and probably for all of us. And so let's see. Kenny said, "Cool, LOL." ESO is my life for the last 2 years. Elder Scrolls Online.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah, we tried playing
this
Elder Scrolls Online. It's
biome
too
hasn't
crowded
spawned
for
any,
us
though.
and very busy. I love Morrowind.
Hello, little one. Sweetie guy. Sweetie guy.
I was playing Open Morrowind,
Yeah.
which is the
Sweetie guy.
modern adaptation of it.
Ginny, have you fallen asleep yet?
If not, why not?
I think Ginny might have gone to bed.
Yeah,
Slacko.
sensible.
Sensible, yeah. So,
Where's my ship?
and Kenny said Skyrim, amazing. You weren't that keen on Skyrim, were you, Didi?
No, I wasn't.
No, I'm not sure. I
I
can't
like
remember
the
what
older
was the...
ones better.
What's that?
I like the older games better.
Yeah. Anyway, Dee Dee, we might. Shall we wrap it up now, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll have to stop blasting
I
things.
need to get to where
Oh,
I can
okay.
save,
Oh,
which
okay.
means I need to get out to my ship.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, you have to get back to the ship.
Yeah, the only way you can save is by getting in and out of your ship.
Oh, right. Okay.
See, when you get out of your ship, it saves.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay.
So
I've gotten significantly probably closer to the center of the galaxy.
So let me know when you're in the ship.
Okay, I'm in my ship.
Oh, okay. All right then.
I'm about to close down.
Okay. So
Okay.
I'll just let me say goodbye to people. So it was lovely meeting you, Kenny. And if you click the if you're on the channel and you're already subscribed and you've clicked the notifications bell and stuff, we'll probably do another one of these in a couple of weeks after the election and all that kind of stuff, and try and do one more regularly than every 5 weeks. But anyway, it was lovely you joining, and same for Jenny and Jen and Jan and Holly and Terry and John and Justin earlier.
And if you come back, I'll give you some portal addresses for connecting if you want to do multiplayer stuff.
Yeah.
You can do multiplayer in this.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and I can give them a portal connection. The only way really to find anybody is
and Carly?
If you have a portal address.
Oh, okay.
And then you can go to that person's planet.
Right.
Or one of them.
And is there anybody else that I missed out in saying? I think I said everybody. So, and Ginny, if you've gone to bed, Ginny's probably gone to bed because it's very late here now. It's 2:30 a.m.
Did you
on
say
Friday.
Goodbye to Deckelbulb?
Yeah, that's Kenny. Yeah.
Oh, that's Kenny.
So
okay.
Anyway, so Kenny said, "Oh yeah, good, Holly.
Jenny
Yeah,
is
it was
there.
lovely. Always lovely to see you.
It was
and
lovely.
And Jennifer, is lovely to see you. And
Yeah.
thanks so much for dropping in. And Kenny says I'll send my friend code soon.
Yeah.
And everybody, please stay sane and don't stress too much about the what's coming. It'll all be all right.
Yes.
In it, like I mean,
I don't
we'll
know
just
that
take it
anything
one
will be
moment
all
at a
right,
time.
but
no, but just take it one moment at a time.
Yes,
and
that's the only thing you can do.
that's the only thing you can do, really. I don't know if it'll be all right, but if you just take it one moment at a time, that makes a difference.
Yeah. It's
Anyway,
all right at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah. So much love to all of you.
Yes.
And
bliss out and peace out.
Peace out, and have a lovely day or evening,
Yeah.
and stay safe until we meet you all again. Okay, then.
Have fun and enjoy life.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, everybody. Love to you.
Okay.